Chapter 1513. The first to arrive at the dragon-slaying forest was the Phoenix Academy. After all, they were in the capital, so it would be inappropriate for them to be late. The person leading them was the new president of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang. Beside him was the vice president, Feng Ming Wanchong, as well as the participating Phoenix Sons. Amazing, as expected of the top academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire. There are so many participants this time. Seeing the Phoenix Academy's heavenly team that had just arrived, the crowd became restless. Python Phoenix's son Python Life, Snow Phoenix's son Feng, Ming Piao Shui, Dark Phoenix's son Ming Hailu, Golden Phoenix's son Feng Ming Wushan, Thunder Eagle's son Ing Tianxia, and Vermilion Bird's son Zhuwen. 6 participants. That's quite a lot. Hee. I heard that the Phoenix Academy didn't let the other 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm practitioners participate because they felt that it would be embarrassing, so they chose these 6 people. That's not right. I heard that the first ranked Phoenix Son is also in the Phoenix Academy. Why isn't he here? Someone asked in confusion. He will definitely come. He won't miss such a grand event. Someone mumbled to himself. Perhaps it was a kind of anticipation. That person had just joined the Phoenix Academy and replaced the first ranked Phoenix Son, Qishan, as the first Phoenix Son. He should be worthy of his reputation. Look, the Imperial family is here too. There was no problem with the Imperial family and the Phoenix Academy participating separately, although everyone knew that the Phoenix Academy belonged to the Imperial family. They still had to be separated on the surface. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, and the 2 princes, Feng Yinshan and Feng Ming Qishan. Who's that girl? Everyone saw Feng Minglian and felt that she was unfamiliar. I don't know. That's Feng Minglian, the daughter of the current Ice Phoenix clan's leader, Feng Mingxiao. She was supposed to be betrothed to the celebrity Phoenix Son, but that Ji Mingxing was killed by Ling Xiao. No wonder. But is she qualified to participate? It shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, the royal family wouldn't have sent her out. The royal family's lineup this time is also very strong. Although there aren't many people, except for Feng Ming Lian, they should all be elites. Someone else has arrived. It's someone from the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it was because the grand meeting was about to begin. So more and more cultivators arrived at the dragon-slaying forest. The Raven Queen personally led the team into the venue prepared for the Black Crow Empire. It seems like Raven Queen doesn't look too good. Nonsense! The Raven Queen almost died in the Battle of the Kill Dragon Forest. It would be strange if she was happy. Look, there are only 5 of the 7 malefic stars left. The other 2 were also killed by Ling Xiao. Why does everything seem to involve Ling Xiao? It can't be helped. Ling Xiao is the pride of this era. Many people want him dead, but they can't do it. Yes, not being envied by others is mediocre. However, many geniuses died prematurely because they were too flamboyant. Only Ling Xiao is really powerful. Not only did he not die, but he has also become stronger. The legend of Ling Xiao had long been spread in the underworld. If the storytellers in the tea houses and wine shops did not know about Ling Xiao's deeds, they would definitely be laughed at by the customers. After the Black Crow Empire, the Permitha Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, the Changle Fairy Island, the Canopy Fairy Island, the Blackwater Fairy Island, and the remaining 5 islands of the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island had also sent cultivators. In addition to them, even the Dark Divine Hall and the 5 Poison Hall had sent people this time. The Water Sacred Hall had also sent people. As for the purpose of these people coming here, it was self-evident. They were not here for the ranking of the Dragon Phoenix selection. They were here to kill Ling Xiao. This was because outsiders were not allowed to interfere in the battle during the Dragon Phoenix selection. In this way, It would be meaningless even if Ling Xiao had powerhouses like the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword by his side. When the event was about to begin, Qingshu College arrived late. There doesn't seem to be any seats for us. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that Qingshu College had not arranged a place in the huge dragon slaying forest. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly at this. At this time, someone actually dared to give him a hard time. He had to admire this person's courage. "I'm sorry, Your Highness Moon Maiden. You came too late, so all the places have been taken. Why don't you just find a place to settle down? You won't miss the selection anyway." The 5 island masters of the 5 fairy island were in charge of leading the Dragon Phoenix selection. The one who spoke was Ji Ruolong of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. "Ha! In that case, the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island can find a place to settle down. Give your seats to Qingshu College." The Moon Maiden sneered and suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure, making all the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island who came to participate in the competition tremble in fear. Although Ji Huangtian's performance was not as bad as the other disciples, he was also extremely uncomfortable. "Moon Maiden, you've gone too far." Ji Ruolong roared angrily. "Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? Wouldn't it be fine if we arranged a place for you earlier? Why did you have to embarrass yourself? Get lost." The Moon Maiden said coldly. Ji Ruolong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He really regretted being the first to stand out and make an enemy out of Qingshu College. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? "All right, both of you, don't be angry. Island Master Ji was just joking with Her Highness Moon Maiden. Qingshu College's seats have already been prepared." At that moment, a cold voice sounded. That voice attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a flag hanging there with the words Blackwater Fairy Island written on it. He did not know much about the Blackwater Fairy Island. He only knew that it was the only faction among the 5 immortal islands that could compete with the Changle Immortal Island and was very powerful. Of course, he also knew that Gao Yongjun, who had almost killed his senior brother Wu Xiang, had also joined the Blackwater Fairy Island. During the battle in Shendu, the Blackwater Fairy Island had also interfered. Although they had never met, the conflict had already arisen. It was just that it was not as obvious as the other factions. "That's not how you joke. Ji Ruolong, didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost." The Moon Maiden's voice was cold and merciless. She was furious when she thought about how those bastards had tried to kill her in the Slaying Dragon Forest. The Blackwater Fairy Island Master was stunned. He did not expect the Moon Maiden to not give him any face. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent. He knew how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. There was no need to fall out with the Moon Maiden because of Ji Ruolong. Ji Ruolong was embarrassed to the extreme. He would not be able to raise his head in front of the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent if he really got lost. However, if he did not get lost, he would die. When he thought about Ancestor Ice Phoenix and Dan Yunsheng, his heart twitched violently. "Since Her Highness Moon Maiden likes this place, I don't mind giving it to you. Let's go." Ji Ruolong found a way out for himself. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was afraid. Although some people sympathized with him, they also felt that he had asked for it. Why did you provoke others for no reason? You can't blame others for finding trouble with you. Chapter 15:14. Qingshu College students took their seats. Ji Ruolong led the Sacred Dynasty's island martial artists to another place. Uffed! As soon as he sat down, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kill him. You must kill that Ling Xiao. I want that Moon Maiden to taste the greatest pain in this world." Ji Ruolong roared in a low voice. "Don't worry, grandfather." A cold light flashed in the corner of Ji Huangtian's eyes. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't have the face to face his grandfather today. It was 7 o'clock in the mystic world time. The morning sun in the sky was very dazzling. The gentle light made the anxiously waiting audience nervous again. It was finally time for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, including the participants and the audience, looked at the place where the phoenix cry came from. Oh my God! Many people were so surprised that they felt like they were about to suffocate. A phoenix! A true pure-blooded phoenix. It was much more powerful and domineering than the phoenix they usually saw. Scarlet feathers and rainbow-colored phoenix feathers. Its huge body floated in the sky, radiating a blazing light in all directions. It was like a divine beast that walked out from ancient times. That clear cry caused countless rare birds and beasts to lower their heads. Only the silver moon greedy wolf beside the moon maiden was still yawning in boredom, as if all of this had nothing to do with it. There was a person sitting on top of the phoenix, and beside him stood two women wearing scarlet feathers. Each of them exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. "Greetings, Alliance Master." All of a sudden, Ji Ruolong, Forefather Chang'e, Gao Yang Wui, Zhu Tianlin, and Zong Yijingju, the Island Master of the Black Water Immortal Island, all of a sudden, the Island Master of the Black Immortal Island, Gao Yang Wui, the Island Master of the Canopy Immortal Island, and the Island Master of the Permitha Immortal Island, Zong Yijingju, as well as the various Island Masters of Martial Zone Island, Black Crow Empires, Crow Queen, Divine Phoenix Empires, Monarch Black, and White Elders. All of them actually knelt down and kowtowed to this person, looking extremely respectful. This scene left many martial artists dumbstruck. Alliance Master? What Alliance Master? Most people had no idea where this Alliance Master came from or what his identity was. However, when he saw all these important figures kneeling and kowtowing to the Alliance Master, he couldn't help but feel terrified. This person was definitely extraordinary. "Rise, all of you." The person sitting there smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. The few important people kneeling on the ground were actually lifted up by him. This kind of unintentional display of terrifying strength was truly astonishing, especially since it was a young woman's voice. It was even more surprising. The Dragon Phoenix selection is really surprising. Even such a powerful warrior has appeared. He probably doesn't even bother to come out normally. Although people didn't know this woman, they knew that she was a hidden expert. She was probably even stronger than the Moon Maiden. The huge phoenix did not descend and was still floating in the sky. The woman sitting there had her face covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her appearance. However, her powerful aura was enough to make countless people submit, and they did not even have the courage to resist her. The Dragon Phoenix selection this time concerns the honor and safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent. That is why I have come out. The Alliance Master's voice was light and pleasant to the ears. However, there was an irresistible majesty in this lightness. As everyone knows, the 5 immortals gathering in the past has been changed to the White Tiger continent and is now called the White Tiger Tempest Meet. This is the White Tiger continent's coercion and also a test. If you can achieve good enough results in the White Tiger Tempest Meet, then they can bypass the restraints of the laws and invade our Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent en masse. There's actually such an inside story. Ling Xiao frowned. He originally thought that the White Tiger Tempest Meet was just a selection of geniuses. He did not expect that it was directly related to the safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon Continent. If that was the case, he had to achieve good results even more. After all, the Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent were already in his plans. He could not let others snatch them away. At that moment, the Alliance Master's voice sounded again. Indeed, the White Tiger Tempest meet is filled with danger, but it's also filled with hope. This is a gathering of the top young geniuses of the White Tiger Continent. If any of you can stand out, then you will definitely be chosen by the major factions of the White Tiger Continent. Your future is limitless. It can be said that advancing to the Yin-Yang realm is just around the corner. In the future, at the very least, you can become an overlord of the Divine Phoenix Continent. These words were not false. Even if one's cultivation was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, they would definitely be among the top experts in the Divine Phoenix Continent. Not to mention, there were even fewer Yin-Yang realm experts in the Sky Dragon Continent. Also, if our geniuses are lucky enough to achieve good results in the top 3, then the power of laws in the Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent will weaken. In the future, cultivation will be easier and the level of improvement will be higher. So, remember this. The White Tiger Storm gathering this time is of great importance, and the number of people who are qualified to participate is extremely few. I won't send trash to embarrass myself and waste a spot. Of course. Zhongyu Huangquan sneered and muttered to himself, Ji Huangtian, Dan Feng, Feng Mingqishan, and the others were full of confidence. It was as if they were the ones who should be chosen. At this point, the Alliance Master suddenly tossed out a refining formation stone and started chanting. A moment later, a huge door appeared in the huge killing dragon forest. In the center of the door, there was a strange energy whirlpool that seemed to lead to a completely different space. This is a teleportation door that leads to an ancient ruin. As long as all martial artists at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm and above can walk out of the teleportation door, they will pass the first test. The Alliance Master continued. However, I have to remind you that the ancient ruin is extremely dangerous. Once you die, you will really lose your life. If anyone is afraid, you can give up. I will not stop you. Also, the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list do not need to enter. Your strength is enough to enter the next stage. Hearing this, many of the participating martial artists frowned. Many people had never thought of risking their lives to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. They advanced to the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm with great difficulty. If they died, wouldn't they lose everything? Thinking of this, close to half of the martial artists actually gave up this opportunity. Of course, the majority were martial artists who had just advanced to the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. To them, rather than taking the risk, it was better to preserve their strength. This was also considered a wiser choice. Of course, the people who were willing to participate in the first test still occupied the majority. These people were very confident and all wanted to achieve better results in the test. It's a pity that we can't kill Ling Xiao with our own hands. Ji Huangtian sighed and shook his head helplessly. There was only one teleportation door in the ancient ruin. That meant that those martial artists had to go in together, and there were many people who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 15:15. Senior brother, leave it to me to kill that Ling Xiao. The one who spoke was the 2nd-ranked expert among the young warriors of the sacred dynasty Immortal Island. He was no longer on the Dragon Phoenix list, but his strength was still tyrannical. Tianming, it's been hard on you. Be careful and stay with the other participants. That Ling Xiao is very cunning. Ji Huangtian reminded him. Don't worry, senior brother. Ji Tianming smiled and said, Our sacred dynasty, Immortal Island, has more than 20 participants. That Ling Xiao's Qingshu College only has 8 people. I'll kill the others first before killing Ling Xiao. Just like the sacred dynasty Immortal Island, Zhong Yu Huangquan couldn't make a move on the opposite shore Immortal Island's side. He could only leave Ling Xiao to Zhong Yu Huangquan, who was slightly weaker than him, and the other disciples. Their number of warriors who had stepped into the door of the relic had reached 20. The 5 Immortal Islands were basically of the same scale. No one was willing to be less than the other. The Black Crow Empire had fewer people. They were led by Tomohiko Kuma. There were only 5 people in total, but they were all elites. Other than Tomohiko Kuma, the other 4 were all part of the 7 malignant stars. Only the first malignant star, He Yanbing, was in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, so he wasn't qualified to enter the door of the relic. On the Imperial family's side, only Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Fengminglian could enter the door of the relic. Of course, if the Dark Current and Phoenix Cry Wushan of the Phoenix Academy were included, there were 5 people. Phoenix Cry Mountain and Feng Yinshan were in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Naturally, they couldn't enter the door of the relic. The rules to pass the test are very simple. This door of the relic leads to the Heavenly Devil Forbidden Land. There are heavenly devils left in the mystic world from the ancient times. However, you can rest assured that the strongest of these heavenly devils won't exceed the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, the weakest will not be weaker than the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Everyone only needed to kill 10 Sky Fiends or eliminate 10 competitors to pass the test. Don't be surprised. Only blood and slaughter can stimulate your potential. Like I said before, you might die if you enter, not only because of the heavenly demons, but also because of your competitors. Hearing this, many people looked at Ling Xiao. The ultimate goal of many practitioners from the sacred dynasties Immortal Island, Permitha Immortal Island, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire was to eliminate Ling Xiao. This was naturally an excellent opportunity. However, Ling Xiao's face remained indifferent. It was as if he had expected all of this. In fact, he was using his soul power to transmit his voice to his companions. After we go in, we'll probably be forcibly separated. If we encounter any danger, we'll deal with it ourselves. If we can't, don't get caught up in battle. Quickly find other companions to meet up with. The reason why Ling Xiao had made such an arrangement was because he had also felt the killing intent from the enemy. Since that was the case, he could only make the first move after entering. Understood. Long Chun and the others nodded. All right, let's begin. You may enter the door of the ruins. The Alliance Master's voice sounded again. Everyone entered one after another. Ling Xiao divided his soul power into 7 portions and injected them into the bodies of his 7 companions. This way, it would be easier to find each other. Let's go. We'll go too. Ling Xiao took the lead and stepped into the door of the ruins. After everyone stepped into the door of the ruins, the scene inside was suddenly displayed on the huge whirlpool. The audience outside could see it clearly. This door of the ruins is really magical. The Alliance Master's strength is indeed shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. To be able to create such a powerful door of the ruins was already very impressive, not to mention to be able to display the scene inside. As expected, standing alone on the heavenly devil battlefield that reeked of blood, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly, just as he expected. Everyone was forcibly separated as soon as they entered. Heavenly Devil Battlefield. Interesting. Let's meet up with our companions first. Ling Xiao was very confident and also believed in his companions. However, the cultivation of his companions was uneven. Some were strong, while others were weak, especially his younger brother, Ling Luo, who should be the weakest among the 8 of them. Once they encountered danger, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. It would be fine if they only encountered heavenly devils. If they encountered their enemies, it would be troublesome. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't know that his luck was considered good. After entering the heavenly devil battlefield, he didn't encounter any heavenly devils. However, some people directly appeared where heavenly devils gathered after entering. If they weren't particularly strong or good at escaping, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. At this moment, the warriors outside had already witnessed 4 or 5 people being killed by heavenly devils the moment they appeared inside. Even their souls were devoured. What was thrown out was just a soulless body. Outside the door of the ruins, cries and roars rose and fell one after another. After all, it wasn't a good feeling to see one's own disciple and family killed. Perhaps understanding this feeling, the Alliance Master didn't say anything to stop them. He only quietly watched the huge image on the door of the ruins. The clouds were as black as ink, the sky was gloomy, and the space was filled with evil. Even the ground under Ling Xiao's feet was black. The plants were also black. Occasionally, one could see a bit of color, but it was blood red. The blood red color appeared even more conspicuous and also made people tremble with fear. This place was definitely an incomparably terrifying and barren space. Everywhere was a terrifying atmosphere that made people breathless. Warriors with slightly smaller guts would probably be scared out of their wits the moment they entered this place. There's actually heavenly devil fighting intent attacking continuously. Ling Xiao's soul power clearly felt the heavenly devil fighting intent attacking from all directions. Of course, these fighting intents were weaker and completely incomparable to the primordial heavenly devil fighting intent in his body. Therefore, he only needed to release a little bit of heavenly devil fighting intent, and he could completely defend against these attacks. However, he could do it, but other warriors couldn't. This was his advantage. Probably even the Alliance Master didn't expect this. Many people knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful golden crow fighting intent because he had used it before. However, they didn't know that his heavenly devil fighting intent was not weaker than the golden crow fighting intent at all. Perhaps it was because it was too spacious, but after walking for a while, he still didn't see a single person. There were only hideous corpses on the ground, as if they were complaining about their encounters. These corpses seem to have been here for a long time. Looks like the door of the ruins has been opened more than once. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, feeling a little emotional. Many talented youths worked hard in pursuit of a stronger warrior's path, but they died helplessly here. However, this heavenly devil battlefield is a good place for me. In such an environment, the tempering of my heavenly devil fighting intent will be even more powerful. Despite the stifling atmosphere, Ling Xiao still held his head high and walked forward with large strides. The more dangerous the environment, the more worthy it was for him to explore. He guessed that even the Alliance Master probably didn't fully understand the situation of the heavenly devil battlefield. Therefore, there might be some unexpected gains. Chapter 15:16. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fly because there could be danger everywhere. Flying in the sky was equivalent to making himself a target for others. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the ground. It was impossible to see its face clearly. It shot towards Ling Xiao at a close distance. The aura of death came straight at him. Destroy! Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. It was only a third grotto heaven realm heavenly demon. It was far from his cultivation. He just casually pointed, and a red sun all shot out. Boom! Flames raged, and the space shook. The heavenly demon was instantly pierced by the red sun all. It burned and turned into ashes. Is this a heavenly demon? It's similar to the one I saw in the Moonlight Pagoda. It's shapeless and can hide anywhere. It can even control humans and animals. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a heavenly demon. It wasn't the first time he killed one. However, the ones he met before were weaker because of the Moonlight Pagoda's restrictions. The one he met this time was very strong. However, he was much stronger than before, so he was fearless. First one. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He didn't stop and continued forward. He used his soul power to sense the location of Ling Luo, who had the weakest cultivation. If there wasn't any danger, he would naturally choose to start with the weakest cultivation. As soon as he spread out his soul power, Ling Xiao felt that there were people fighting in front of him. The two auras weren't weak, but they were unfamiliar. They weren't his companions. However, he still planned to go and take a look. If they were enemies, he would eliminate them. He wouldn't sit and wait for others to deal with him. At this time, in this environment, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. This time, Ling Xiao quickened his pace. Since there was a battle in front, the nearby heavenly demons should have been attracted to it. Therefore, he could be slightly faster. After a while, he arrived at an open space in front of him. At this time, there were two sixth Grotto Heaven realm martial artists fighting with a heavenly demon of similar strength. The heavenly demon was too strange. Coupled with the influence of the heavenly demon fighting intent, the two martial artists were actually unable to gain the upper hand. The energy shot out in all directions, and the ground was cut into many potholes. A small hill nearby was also directly flattened. They seemed to be warriors from the sacred dynasty's immortal island. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Senior brother, look, isn't that Ling Xiao?" One of them was a woman who was about 24 years old. Perhaps because it was easier for the two of them to fight together, she actually had the time to look into the distance. With a glance, he saw Ling Xiao standing there. Ling Xiao didn't hide. Instead, he walked over. There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but he insists on barging in. He's using a concealment technique. The senior martial brother sneered. Their concealment secret technique could only maintain the sealed world time for 10 seconds, which could quickly cause the monsters to lose sight of them. But the time was too short, so it was useless. Now, Ling Zhao's appearance was just enough to change the target of the heavenly demon. They could take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. "Senior brother Huang Tian, senior brother Tianming, I'm sorry. Ling Zhao's life is ours." The man was so excited that his eyes were about to pop out. He casually crushed a talisman. Concealment. In that instant, the two disciples from the sacred dynasty's immortal island disappeared without a trace. The heavenly demon roared and changed its target to Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The heavenly demon roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. It seemed that these guys only had the most basic conditioned reflexes and didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't see that Ling Xiao was much stronger than them. Choosing Ling Xiao meant death. The pair of brother and sister who had been hiding in the shadows quickly revealed themselves. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they approached Ling Xiao. Their thoughts were simple. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to fight with the heavenly demon before launching a sneak attack. In that case, even if Ling Xiao was strong enough, he wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of being killed by them. They felt that this plan was perfect. Shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, Dai Yaoling couldn't help but curse. Although she didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection, she could still broaden her horizons. What's there to be angry about? Ling Xiao won't be cheated by such idiots. Lan Yuer smiled. Of course I know, but I'm still angry. The sacred dynasty's immortal island. To think that I used to admire them. I didn't expect them to have such shameless disciples. Dai Yaling gritted her teeth. Since the island master is so shameless, I won't be an exception. Just watch in peace. Ling Xiao will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Dai Yiling smiled and said, on the other side, the disciples of the sacred dynasty's immortal island who came to watch the battle revealed a mocking smile. Ling Xiao dared to offend their sacred dynasty's immortal island. After losing the protection of the Moon Lady, this was the result: death. Inside the door of the ruins, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. He knew very well what those two were thinking. They knew how to hide, and he knew how to do it too. If he wanted to use it, he could use it at any time. However, there was no need to use it to deal with two pieces of trash. He might as well use it to make up the numbers. As long as he killed 10 of them, regardless of whether they were heavenly demons or martial artists, he would pass. Human. A fresh human. A human full of fragrance. The heavenly demon seemed to be very interested in Ling Xiao's flesh. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had fused with the ancient golden dragon's bloodline, so the meat was more delicious. This guy's speed was very fast. A black light appeared and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He felt that his speed was much faster than martial artists of the same level. No wonder the two martial artists of the sacred dynasty's immortal island had to join forces to tie with him. The distance was only 3 meters. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was just pure ice fury. He didn't use any enhancement. Then, holding the sword with both hands, he slashed down. Because the heavenly demon was too fast, it didn't have time to dodge, and was directly split in half. The two sacred dynasty's immortal island martial artists who were approaching Ling Xiao were shocked and stopped in their tracks. No way. Could the rumors be true? Ling Xiao is even stronger than a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. I thought it was just a rumor. Let's go, we are not his match. The two senior brother and junior sister were still quite tactful. Once they saw the situation, they knew that they were definitely not Ling Xiao's match. How could they dare to stay any longer? At this moment, the two halves of the heavenly demon, after passing through Ling Xiao's body, merged together and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Your vitality is quite tenacious, but it's a pity that it's useless. Ling Xiao turned around and struck out with his sword. This strike contained some of the power of the red sun. The heavenly demon's body was split open again. However, this time, the moment it was split open, it burned and let out a shrill scream of horror. There was no chance of resurrection at all. Chapter 15:17. The heavenly demon's shrill screams sent chills down the spines of the two disciples of the sacred dynasty's island who were running away. Since you want to kill me, are you still planning to escape? Ling Xiao's voice was like a ghost's voice, ringing in the ears of the two disciples of the sacred dynasty's island. Then they felt a stabbing pain in their chests and instantly lost consciousness. So strong. Is this Ling Xiao? It seems that the rumors are true. Outside the ruins, many martial artists were actually doubtful of Ling Xiao's strength. They did not believe the legend of the dragon-slaying forest at all. However, they had to believe it when they saw this scene. At the very least, Ling Xiao could instantly kill 2 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Bastard! The martial artists of the sacred dynasty's island gnashed their teeth, wishing they could cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Haha, that's great. Staying in the heavenly demon battlefield with Brother Ling is really a tragedy for these people, especially those who want to kill him. Dai Yaling clapped and laughed. Moon Maiden, Lan Yu, and Dai Yuling were naturally overjoyed. 4. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After entering the heavenly demon battlefield, he had already killed 2 heavenly demons and 2 martial artists. In total, he had killed 4. As long as he killed 10, he would pass the test. However, what he was worried about was not whether he could pass the test, but the safety of his companions. The so-called test is just a game that treats human lives as child's play. For those big shots, it's like enjoying a free slaughter. How boring. Ling Zhao's heart was somewhat cold. The alliance leader could have stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to kill each other and only target heavenly demons. However, she did not do so. Perhaps to her, killing those stupid heavenly demons was a little too boring. Killing between martial artists was what truly excited her. Otherwise, wouldn't he have come for nothing? Reality is really cruel. Ling Xiao shook his head. Without strength, he could only be a plaything in the hands of others. He couldn't even choose how he died. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not weak. Even if he participated in this game, he could still carve out a future. Continue. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in lamenting. Only by making the alliance master unhappy could he be considered to have truly rebelled. What he needed to do was to protect the lives of everyone in Qingshu College. We're almost there. That's where Ling Luo is. Ling Xiao increased his speed and hurried on. A moment later, he discovered Ling Luo's figure. At this moment, Ling Luo's body was covered with injuries. He was currently hiding behind a cliff and recuperating. It seemed that he had been hunted down by someone before, and now he had escaped danger. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards Ling Luo. During the flight, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. What a boring trap. Seems like a lot of people want me dead. He's coming. This idiot actually rushed over without looking at his surroundings. Just beside Ling Zhao's location, a person was lying quietly in a small mound of dirt. He was using his soul power to spy on Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. The moment Ling Xiao was about to land, this person suddenly exploded. A cold light flashed in his hand as he mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao only turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying. That martial artist actually hurriedly turned back in midair and fled to the other side. He was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze. So cowardly. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at that martial artist disdainfully, revealing a bit of coldness. However, in the next moment, a dozen martial artists rushed out of the mound of dirt. Oh, all the martial artists from the sacred dynasty's fairy island are here. Ling Xiao casually counted. There were exactly 18 of them. Originally, a total of 20 people from the sacred dynasty's fairy island had entered the heavenly devil battlefield. Previously, 2 of them had been killed by him. Now, there were only 18 left, including Ji Tianming. None of them were weak. Ling Xiao, we already knew that you wouldn't abandon your brother. Poor idiot. He thought that he had escaped our pursuit. In fact, he didn't know that we deliberately used him to bait you. Ji Tianming sneered. How did you all gather together so quickly? Ling Xiao suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with Ji Tianming's words. However, this question was very serious. Logically speaking, after entering the heavenly devil battlefield, they should have been scattered. Even if they had a way to contact each other, it was impossible for them to gather together in such a short time. Then, there was only one possibility, that Alliance Master deliberately gathered the people from the sacred dynasty's fairy island together. I have no enmity with her. Why would she do this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled and angry. He didn't have any objections to a fair test. However, if someone deliberately targeted him, then he wouldn't be happy. At the same time, Outside the door of the ruins, the Moon Maiden had already floated in the air. She looked coldly at the Alliance Master and asked the same question. That's right. This seat did it on purpose. So what? The Alliance Master looked at the Moon Maiden without fear. I don't care where you came from. If anything happens to Ling Xiao because of you deliberately making things difficult for him, I will definitely kill you. I guarantee that you will suffer the greatest pain in this world. The Moon Maiden looked coldly at the Alliance Master and suddenly smiled. You think you can kill Ling Xiao like this? You are just sending a killing god to those pitiful people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. She didn't return to her seat. This Alliance Master could clearly use soul force to control the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Although this kind of control was very limited, if something like this happened again, she would have to stop it. The Alliance Master was still expressionless. She didn't refute the Moon Maiden's words, but she was somewhat disdainful of the Moon Maiden's words. One Ji Tianming was enough for Ling Xiao to handle, not to mention that there were 18 of them. Could Ling Xiao really escape unscathed? She didn't believe it. This time, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape. Ji Ruolong was in a good mood. He couldn't think of any possibility for Ling Xiao to escape under such circumstances. Inside the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Ji Tianming naturally wouldn't answer Ling Xiao's question. He just waved his hand and said one word, kill. However, before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao's body was already more than 10 meters above Ji Tianming in the blink of an eye. Golden Crow Rising Sun. With a thrust of the sword, the air seemed to solidify. A huge golden crow burned the air, enveloping all the cultivators from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, including Ji Tianming. Ah! Miserable screams sounded one after another. In just one move, the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island lost 8 Grotto Heaven Realm disciples in an instant. Of the remaining 10 people, 5 were seriously injured. Are you going to kill me like this? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Chapter 15:18. Ling Xiao had a mocking expression on his face. Looks like not many people know about what happened in the dragon-slaying forest. You guys didn't learn your lesson. Since that's the case, I'll broadcast the video to the entire Divine Phoenix continent and let everyone see the consequences of offending me. Ling Xiao. Void, Shadow Crocodile. Another sword thrust out. It looked like a simple move, but in exchange, 5 of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island martial artists died, tragically. There are 5 people left. Ling Xiao's mouth was filled with cold disdain. Taotai Doomsday. An even more terrifying move was condensed. Those 3 moves were consecutive moves to begin with. They all belonged to the 3rd profoundness. Thus, when Chu Feng unleashed them, he was able to unleash them smoothly and without the slightest pause. Break for me. Ji Tianming's face was gloomy as he roared. He held his treasured saber and slashed out, shattering the Taotai sword chi that was pouncing towards him. Ha! You're quite powerful. No wonder you're under Ji Huangtian on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Unfortunately, you can protect yourself, but you can't protect them. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. Ji Tianming's cultivation should be around the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. As long as he blocked with all his strength, it was impossible for him to be killed in one move. However, this was Ji Tianming's limit. There was no one alive beside him. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Ji Tianming definitely didn't expect that he would be so confident as to bring 19 of his fellow disciples to kill Ling Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. He didn't have the face to go back and see Ji Huangtian and the island master. Boom! He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. He waved his treasured saber, and a terrifying saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao like a giant saber that could split mountains. Looks like your saber technique is quite good. If you don't die, you'll definitely become the new leader of the sacred dynasty's immortal island. What a pity. Ling Xiao actually had the time to comment on Ji Tianming's attack. Hearing this, Tianming almost vomited blood. When the saber chi was less than a meter away from him, Ling Xiao suddenly swung his sword to block it. Sharp sword chi whizzed out. Chi! Crack! The sword chi was like a waterfall, easily hitting the saber chi, and then an explosion sounded. Ji Tianming's saber energy was actually cut into two by Ling Xiao's sword energy. How could this be? Is your cultivation not at the seventh grotto heaven realm? No matter what, Ji Tianming could not accept that the saber strike that he had accumulated strength for had been broken so easily by his opponent. However, Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. After breaking Ji Tianming's blade energy, a dark demonic sword appeared above Ling Xiao's head. In the heavenly devil battlefield, the power of the demonic sword of darkness was naturally stronger than the divine sword of light. Dark magic sword, body annihilation. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had increased, only needed to use the most basic moves of the heavenly devil world extermination art together with the dark magic sword to deal with Ji Tianming. This was the advantage of profound moves. As the cultivation increased, the power would also increase. Unlike many martial arts moves, after the cultivation increased, the power would not increase and would gradually be eliminated. Whirlwind saber formation. In his panic, Ji Tianming actually didn't dare to attack. Instead, he released a defensive move. The saber in his hand constantly rotated, forming a dense saber formation around his body. The energy released by the saber formation became his strongest defense. Boring. I thought you were a courageous person. Ling Xiao sighed in disdain. The sword light completely destroyed the saber formation and pierced Ji Tianming's chest. Retreat. In that instant, Ji Tianming no longer had the slightest fighting spirit. The only thing he wanted to do now was to escape. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. The strength of his sacred dynasty immortal island was simply not enough. He had to contact the Permitha immortal island, the Black Crow Empire, the Phoenix Academy, and the imperial family to kill Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao, I'm not your opponent, but you don't have to kill me. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Your opponent should be my senior brother Ji Huangtian. Ji Tianming shouted as he fled. He seemed to be very afraid that Ling Xiao would chase after him. However, Ling Xiao didn't give chase at all. Compared to killing Ji Tianming, Ling Xiao was more concerned about his younger brother Ling Luo. Ling Luo, are you all right? What made Ling Xiao happy was that his younger brother Ling Luo was very smart. When he was fighting with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists, Ling Luo hid in a hidden place to prevent being held hostage by the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists. This made Ling Xiao hesitate to attack. I'm fine, big brother. Ling Luo grinned, but because of this, the wounds on his body were affected, causing him to frown in pain. Don't try to be brave. I'm really fine. With Big Brother's healing medicine, I'll recover quickly, Ling Luo said proudly. How about this? Follow me. I'll let you complete the assessment first, and then we'll leave this place. Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously, That's not good, Big Brother. That's cheating. To me, there's no meaning in training. Ling Luo frowned. He didn't want to be a bird that couldn't fly under his brother's protection. If it was a normal assessment, I wouldn't do this. However, this assessment has been controlled by someone. Otherwise, do you think the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Islands martial artists would suddenly gather together? Ling Xiao said seriously, Listen to me. Even training on the battlefield is better than here. Others want to kill you. All right, Big brother. I understand. Ling Luo finally nodded. He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother. Let's go. The first person you want to kill is Ji Tianming. Ling Xiao called out to Ling Luo and chased after Ji Tianming. At this moment, outside the ruins, the Alliance Master's mood wasn't very good. Although she was wearing a veil, and others couldn't see her expression, they could feel that she was feeling very uncomfortable. It wasn't easy to gather all the martial artists from the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island together, but Ling Xiao had killed them until only Ji Tianming was left. This Ling Xiao, is he really unstoppable? Since that's the case, let's do something even more ruthless. At the same time, the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island's side was gloomy. Ji Ruolong had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Those dead disciples were the hope of the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island. Those under the age of 30 were all at the third Grotto Heaven realm and above. They were all geniuses among geniuses. However, only Ji Tianming was left. He hated that he couldn't swallow Ling Xiao whole. Old man, do you know what it means to bring disaster upon oneself? If you didn't instigate them to take revenge, they wouldn't have died. Just wait, that Ji Tianming won't be able to escape from Big Brother Ling's palm. Dai Yaoling looked at Ji Ruolong and said sarcastically, she was really frightened just now. There were actually so many people surrounding Ling Xiao. Therefore, what she said now was definitely not pleasant to hear. Chapter 1519. The cultivators of the sacred dynasty looked at Dai Yaoling furiously, but they didn't dare to do anything. With the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would be courting death if they went up. On the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Ling Xiao brought Ling Luo along as they chased after Ji Tianming. Ji Tianming looked back in horror and realized that Ling Xiao, who was a few hundred meters away from him, was now much closer. In his panic, he took out a pile of thunderclap thunder fireballs that he had prepared beforehand and threw them out one by one. This thing definitely couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could slow down Ling Xiao's movement and create a chance for him to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the thunderbolt fire bullets that filled the sky and didn't dodge. He waved the heavy ice's fury in his hand, and its speed was as fast as a broken sword. The terrifying weight didn't seem to exist in his hand at all. Boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded in the sky. Before the thunderbolt fire bullets could get close to Ling Xiao, they were completely destroyed. But at this moment, Ji Tianming took the opportunity to increase the distance between them and continued to escape. Let's see where you can run to. Ling Xiao sneered. As long as he couldn't leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he could kill Ji Tianming. He definitely wouldn't let this person go. If he didn't bring Ling Luo, his speed would be even faster. But this wasn't a problem. With his current speed, it was enough to catch up to Ji Tianming. His brother Ling Luo wasn't as weak as he imagined. Ling Luo, that broken sword of yours, seems to be the Ling family's heirloom. Ling Xiao recognized the broken sword in his brother's hand. In the past, when the other families of Tianfeng City joined forces with the ninja experts to destroy the Ling family, the broken sword displayed a shocking power. Now, the broken sword was in the hands of his brother. Yes, brother. You don't know this, but this broken sword was originally used by the Ling family's ancestor. This Ling family's ancestor was actually a fierce general under the ancient era's human king. It has now become my martial soul. Ling Luo said excitedly. No wonder you can fly with it. Can it be faster? Ling Xiao asked. Sure, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep up with me. Just now, I relied on this broken sword to escape from those people. Ling Luo replied. Hee, interesting. You're being looked down upon by your own little brother. Then fly as fast as you can. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, no problem. The two of them suddenly sped up. Ji Tianming, who was fleeing, suddenly felt the pressure grow even more terrifying. When he turned around to look, he was nearly scared out of his wits. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao had actually closed the distance between them once again. Moreover, they were almost behind him. Especially the terrifying killing intent emanating from Ling Xiao's body. It seemed as if it could instantly obliterate him. He shouted in horror, then took out a talisman from his storage ring and threw it out. Damn it, this is something that senior brother obtained from the Jingyi school with great difficulty. Only the cultivators of the immortal court continent can make it. What a waste. Ji Tianming had originally planned to use this talisman to deal with stronger enemies, especially at the White Tiger Storm meet. With this thing, he might be able to get a good ranking. However, he had no choice but to use it now because Ling Xiao was too terrifying. If he didn't use it now, he would have to die. Ling Xiao, why are you chasing me like this? Lord Alliance Master also said that we can kill each other here, but I can't kill you. I'm not a threat to you. Why do you have to do this? Although he said so, he threw the talisman accurately. When the talisman was 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, it suddenly released a strange light. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ling Xiao stopped Ling Luo, who was speeding up, and chose to dodge. Boom! The talisman shattered, and the terrifying heavenly lightning turned into dozens of lightning bolts and blasted toward Ling Xiao. What a terrifying thing! It's said that the secret technique scrolls we use are just imitations of talismans. The power is far inferior to the talismans of the immortal court continent. Ling Xiao thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. Sun Moon Sword Domain, Defense. With a soft chant, dense sword chi appeared around him. The heavenly lightning bombarded the sword chi. Although the sword chi was shattered, it became weak and could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianming was dumbfounded. He had even used his trump card, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Not only was this guy's attack terrifying, but his defense was also terrifying. How was he going to kill him? You asked me to let you go, but you tried to kill me. For a shameless person like you, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will destroy you. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with incomparably cold, killing intent. He was most annoyed by people who said one thing, but actually did another. Ling Luo, hide first. Ling Xiao was about to attack when he suddenly felt a slight wave of killing intent. It seemed that someone was trying to launch a sneak attack on him nearby. Of course, this person hid very well. Even he could only feel a slight wave of killing intent. He couldn't determine the other party's location. He couldn't accurately determine the other party's location either. However, he didn't want to take the risk, so he instructed Ling Luo to hide first. After all, Ling Luo's cultivation was still too low. He could deal with heavenly demons, but he was still no match for these powerful cultivators. Ji Tianming seemed to have been reminded of something. His originally anxious face actually relaxed. Of course, this expression was only for a moment. However, it was still caught by Ling Xiao's sharp eyes. There is indeed a problem. Ling Xiao thought to himself, if it was someone else, they would probably immediately retreat and leave this dangerous area. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? What he needed to do now was to beat them at their own game. He wanted to see who was trying to sneak attack him and deal with them together. Otherwise, with this person's powerful concealment technique, if he didn't want to come out, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Kill. Ling Xiao held the dark demon sword and thrusted it towards Ji Tianming with a furious roar. Sand Martial Spirit, come out! At this moment, Ji Tianming finally released his martial spirit. Previously, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to release his martial spirit. Now that he had a powerful helper, he didn't need to fear Ling Xiao. He released his martial spirit to give Ling Xiao more pressure. Sand martial spirit. Ling Xiao noticed that behind Ji Tianming, there was a cloud of yellow sand flying. It looked extremely strange. He had seen many martial spirits, but this was the first time he had seen such a martial spirit. It should also be a natural type martial spirit. Ling Xiao judged. The most powerful thing about natural type martial spirits was that when the compatibility between the martial spirit and the cultivator reached 100%, the body could also be naturalized. Such a cultivator was very difficult to kill. If he wanted to attack them, there was only one way, and that was to make use of the fighting spirit. Sword intent, saber intent, killing intent. As long as your battle intent was strong enough, you wouldn't need to worry about your opponent's naturalization. Chapter 15:20. After Ji Tianming released his martial soul, his body suddenly became huge, as if he had turned into a sandstorm in the desert. This martial soul is interesting. My universe of Tyrant contains the Mountain River world. In the Mountain River world, good things need to be in the desert. This way, the natural landscape will be diversified. Ling Xiao could not help but have a strong interest in Ji Tianming's martial soul. But now, he had to kill this guy first. Sandstorm. Ji Tianming's voice floated from the sky, as if it came from all directions. It was impossible to determine his exact location. Then, a terrifying sandstorm formed in the sky. Although the area was not big, it covered the sky and covered the sun, making it impossible to see anything. Wings of darkness. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, a pair of terrifying black wings appeared behind his back, absorbing the heavenly demon fighting spirit and evil chi of the heavenly demon battlefield, becoming even more evil chi. Fly. He began to fly in circles in the sandstorm. His speed became faster and faster, forming an even crazier hurricane. After a while, the sandstorm was blown away. Ji Tianming fell to the side with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao to use such a method to break his martial soul. Die. Ling Xiao flapped his wings of darkness and looked coldly at Ji Tianming. The dark, demonic sword in his hand had already pierced towards his opponent. Boom! But at this moment, the ground suddenly cracked open. A figure shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The short blade in his hand was filled with cold, killing intent. Someone is indeed hiding. Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped and then flew back. The sneak attacker was very strong. It was not a wise move to take it head-on. While retreating, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a shocking chill on his back. Almost subconsciously, he entered the shadow body state. A beam of sword chi directly pierced through his shadow body. How dangerous! I did not expect that there would be two people hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the sky again, his eyes filled with shock. No, there's still one more. A strange whirlpool appeared in the void. Then a hand reached out from the whirlpool, holding an exquisite dagger, and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's waist. Ling Xiao had just used Shadow Body, and it would take some time before he could use it again. He had no choice but to use light shadow armor. Crack! The dagger stabbed into the luster battle armor, emitting an unpleasant sound of friction. Immediately, a dent appeared on the luster battle armor. However, Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement. TSK, you guys really think highly of me. The four of you actually teamed up to ambush me. Ling Xiao was finally out of danger. However, the four fellows in front of him gave him a headache. Ji Tianming of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Dark God Palace Silver Medalist, Level 10, 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Water God Temple's divine envoy, ninth Grotto Heaven realm. The other one was Gao Yongjun from the Blackwater Fairy Island. His cultivation was the lowest, only at the sixth paradise realm. However, he had a very strange martial spirit. He was the one who had taken out a dagger from the void to assassinate him. They were all his enemies. There was no need to mention the Dark God Palace and the Water Fairy Temple. He was the one who killed Gao Yangjuan's father, Gao Yongwan. It was normal for him to seek revenge. However, he also wanted to seek revenge from this guy, which saved him the time to look for him. The four of them teamed up, and three of them launched a sneak attack. However, they were unable to hurt Ling Xiao, let alone kill him. This made their faces a little gloomy. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? This was the same question in their minds. Facing two 10th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, and a 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist with a special martial spirit, he was actually unharmed. It would not be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao next. Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd held their breaths, not daring to speak. Once again, Ling Xiao was in an even greater danger. Compared to the previous encirclement of the 20 people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, at least this time, they had almost hurt Ling Xiao. What would the next battle be like? It was really exciting. 2 hours have passed. A total of 239 martial artists entered. Currently, 101 people have died. Of the 4 people who completed the test and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, there are 134 people left. The martial artist next to the Alliance leader announced in a cold, mechanical voice. Fortunately, no one died on our side. Dai Yaoling looked at the death list and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, it was clear at a glance who had died. This was because if someone was killed, it would be highlighted or replayed. No one from Qingshu College was on the list. On the contrary, 2 of the 4 people who completed the task were martial artists from Qingshu College. They were the sisters Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying. After they entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield, they quickly met up with each other. Naturally, they used their own special method. After that, the 2 of them killed a total of 15 Heavenly Devils and 5 martial artists who tried to attack them. They successfully passed. The other 2 who passed were the Thunder Eagle Phoenix's son, Ing Tianxia, and the Vermilion Bird Phoenix's son, Zhu Wen. The 2 of them did not kill anyone. They completely relied on killing Heavenly Devils to pass the test. Anyway, no one dared to touch them. They chose to leave so quickly because they did not want to encounter Ling Xiao. The 2 of them had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was. They did not want to lose their lives. 2 pieces of trash. You are the shame of the Phoenix Academy. From today onwards, you are no longer disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Get lost. Zhu Wen and Ing Tianxia's actions made Ming Huang very unhappy. He felt that it was a cowardly thing to do. Let's go. I've never seen anyone send their students to their deaths. Ing Tianxia was carefree. Since the Phoenix Academy did not want him, he directly returned to his Thunder Eagle tribe. In any case, even if there were people in the Thunder Eagle tribe who were unhappy with him, they would not dare to say so. Zhu Wen sighed and said, "Dean, it's not that I don't want to deal with Ling Xiao. It's just that it's not a wise thing to do. With my current cultivation, I'll only be sending myself to my death if I encounter him." This guy was a smart person. He was a person who truly knew his own limits. Although many martial artists despised him, and Zhu Wen very much now. However, after the end of the first trial, many people would know how wise their actions were. Zhu Wen also chose to return to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's formation. The 2 tribes were embarrassed, but they did not say anything. No matter what, they had passed the first round. It was something to be happy about. At this moment, there were several battles going on at the same time in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao faced Ji Tianming, the Dark Shrine's Silver Grade 10 assassin, the Water Shrine's Divine Envoy, and Gao Yangjun. Long Chun was also being chased by 3 Permitha Immortal Island martial artists. He was retreating as he fought. Shang Guanhong encountered the Black Crow Empire's 5th Maleficent Star and was in the midst of a fierce battle. Cold Plum was being attacked by Tomohiko Kuma and Zhong Yu's Permitha Immortal Island. Chapter 1521. Haim Myung-keo had encountered the 4th Maleficent Star of the Black Crow Empire and was fighting fiercely. The other warriors were also in a chaotic battle. In fact, if the warriors from Canopy Immortal Island and Changle Immortal Island had not scattered the warriors from Permitha Immortal Island, the Black Crow Empire, the Imperial Family, and the Phoenix Academy, the people from Qingshu College would have been in danger. Thus, it was very wise of Ling Xiao to ask them to finish the test quickly and leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Asterisk, 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 your master Ling Xiao is already dead. You'd better kneel down and surrender. You're lucky that my senior brother is interested in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go. Zhong Yu's red spider, Lily, looked coldly at Lung Mei, suddenly revealing a mocking expression. Master won't die, Cold Plum said indifferently, but she did not stop what she was doing. Zhong Yu Permitha was very strong. Tomohiko Kuma was also very strong. This put Cold Plum under a lot of pressure. After cultivating at the Blackwater Lake, her cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and she had 10% of Yin-Yang origin power. However, Tomohiko Kuma seemed to be even more terrifying than her. If not for her twin martial souls and the exquisite fighting skills she had honed from sparring with Ling Xiao, she would have been a corpse by now. Don't talk nonsense with her. Beat her until she's half dead, and then tie her up. Tomohiko Kuma said coldly. Haha, well said. We'll do as you say. Zhong Yu Permitha smiled like a flower. Ling Xiao, that guy, made her lose face in front of the disciples of the Qingshu Academy and even caused her mother to be injured. She could not kill Ling Xiao, but she could kill Ling Xiao's woman. At this moment, another figure came from afar. Phoenix Cry Wushan. Tomohiko Kuma, Zhong Yu, and Permitha both looked at that person warily. Don't worry, I have a grudge against Ling Xiao as well. Why don't I join your battle and join hands to deal with this girl? Feng Min Wushan said with a smile. Agreed. Tomohiko Kuma nodded. He could feel that the murderous aura from Feng Min Wushan was directed at Cold Plum. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity there was between Feng Min Wushan and Ling Xiao, one more person was better than one less person. I agree. Zhong Yu and Hellflower knew that even though Cold Plum was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be easy to kill her. One more person meant one more power. Only a fool would refuse. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already sensed that Cold Plum's aura was somewhat dangerous. Although the rest of the people were also fighting, they weren't in danger for the time being. Only Cold Plum was. Being besieged by 3 people, he had to hurry to Cold Plum's side to help. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seems that I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The sword spirits I hung above his head, and a sword flew out from it. A sword of slaughter. This time, Ling Xiao didn't merge the sword of slaughter with the dark demon sword. He wanted to use the 2 swords to kill the enemy. This would be more efficient. Although he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him, as long as he didn't release the complete martial soul of Tyrant or Immemorial Golden Crow, there shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the moves that he was using now had been used in previous battles. It wasn't anything new. Ji Tianming, the Silver Card Assassin, and the Oracle surrounded Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Gao Yangjun had disappeared. His unique martial soul allowed him to maintain absolute combat prowess, even though his cultivation wasn't considered high. This was also the reason why the other three were willing to join forces with him. Of course. Even so, the four of them didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Out of the 20 warriors of the sacred dynasty's immortal island, only Ji Tianming was left. This was all done by Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had already completed the assessment and could choose to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. But he didn't. Because he still had companions in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he couldn't leave easily. This also gave the others a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao is using himself as bait to deliberately weaken the strength of those enemies? In the crowd, an old warrior stroked his beard and said, "How is that possible? He can't be so terrifying." Next to him, a young warrior said in surprise. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but accept the old warrior's judgment. Could it be that Ling Xiao had long planned to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop in the Heavenly Devil battlefield? In fact, at this moment, the black and white elders had the same thought. They recalled what Ling Xiao said near fallen Phoenix City. The path of killing couldn't be stopped. Once it stopped, the opponent would have a chance to breathe. This kid was too ruthless. Do you know why I haven't left after completing the assessment? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. If I don't stay here, how can I catch you stupid fish? Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. Despicable. Ji Tianming roared. Everyone, let's not hold back today. Otherwise, we might all die here. This bastard is too cunning and too strong. Yes, understood. Okay, the other three didn't dare to hold back. Facing Ling Xiao, it was already a blessing to be able to win by using all their strength. Holding back, that was courting death. After Ji Tianming finished speaking, his entire body merged into the black sandstorm as if returning to nothingness. The silver assassin's body shook and split into two, then turned into two of himself. This shouldn't be a secret technique, nor some kind of martial art, but his martial spirit. Some creatures could split into two after their bodies were split. He should have this kind of martial spirit. The Water Temple Divine Envoy's martial spirit was even more domineering. His entire body was wrapped in terrifying ice crystals, making him look like a terrifying ice crystal warrior. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, and when he walked, there were banging sounds. As for Gao Yongjun, he still didn't show up. Ling Xiao was very interested in his martial spirit, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. This guy was actually the most difficult one to deal with, so he had to be on guard. Kill him. Ji Tianming roared, bringing along a terrifying black sandstorm as he rushed towards Ling Xiao. His murderous aura soared, majestic and frightening. Bang, bang, bang. With every step the Water Temple Divine Envoy took, the ground would shake violently. His body, which was like a small mountain, really looked like a colossus. However, his movements were still very agile. I don't have time to deal with you now. Let's find you an opponent. Since it was a fight, Ling Xiao didn't need to fight 1 against 3. If he didn't use his ability, then he would be a fool. 3 leaf demonic pupils summon bronze giant demon. Boom! The bronze giant demon fell from the sky, splashing a terrifying cloud of dust, and then stabbed the Water Temple Divine Envoy with its spear. Kacha! The sound of something shattering rang out. A piece of the ice crystals wrapped around the Divine Envoy's body was directly pierced. However, it was obviously not enough to kill him. The shattered part quickly healed. Chapter 1522. The bronze giant demon blocked the Water God Temple's divine envoy. At this time, Ji Tianming and the Dark God Temple's silver medallion assassin had arrived. The silver medallion assassin split into two and surrounded Ling Xiao from the left and right. The dagger in his hand carried a terrifying and gloomy aura as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's two vital points. Ji Tianming's terrifying black sandstorm had already arrived. It was not impossible for Ling Xiao to block their attacks at the same time. However, there was still the annoying Gao Yangjun waiting for an opportunity to attack. So at this time, Ling Xiao chose to dodge. Shadow body, dark shadow step. His body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of the enemy's eyes. Then, in an instant, he was several feet away. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his movement technique was also strange and unpredictable. Didn't you want to kill us? Why did you dodge? Are you afraid? Ji Tianming laughed loudly. He was suddenly full of energy now. Ling Xiao chose to dodge, which meant that he was afraid of their attacks. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, he would definitely not do this. It seemed that the four of them working together was really effective. However, in the next moment, Ji Tianming closed his mouth. "Want to die? Isn't it easy?" The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands and directly charged towards Ji Tianming. The terrifying killing intent completely condensed on Ji Tianming's body, scaring him into hurriedly retreating, his whole body trembling. At this time, Ling Xiao had already used his eye technique in both eyes. The right eye's three-leaf demonic pupil constantly exerted pressure on the enemy's mind and bewitched their hearts. The left eye's Tai Chi eye controlled all the enemy's movements. Ji Tianming, you coward, why did you retreat? The Dark God Temple's silver medallion assassin shouted angrily, but he did not know how much pressure Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent brought to Ji Tianming through the three-leaf demonic pupil. It was impossible for Ji Tianming not to retreat. If you have time to scold others, protect yourself first. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in the silver medallion assassin's ears. The figure that was originally pouncing towards Ji Tianming actually disappeared. Oh no, it's a diversion. The silver assassin was scared out of his wits. As an assassin, what he was most afraid of was letting the enemy get close to him. There's no need to panic. Just die quietly. You can't be thinking that you're the only one who knows the art of cloning, right? Ling Xiao's devilish voice rang in the ears of the silver assassin from the Dark God Palace. At this moment, the Gemini martial spirits were ingeniously used by Ling Xiao. He was really glad that he had once fought with the sixth bane of the Black Crow Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Gemini martial souls and three-leaf demonic eyes. Puchi, the silver assassin felt his body suddenly become weak and powerless, as if his soul was being sucked away. Then, his body was sent flying by a kick and landed on the ground. Although it was very painful, he didn't die. The silver assassin was overjoyed. He felt that he had luckily saved his life. However, he soon despaired. A broken sword cut off his head. Ling Luo, who was hiding in the dark, revealed a cold smile. "Idiot, do you really think that your brother can't kill you? He's saving you for me. 7. 2 more, and I'll pass the test." Ling Luo once again disappeared into the darkness. He, who was younger than Ling Xiao, knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he didn't plan to help, because that would only cause trouble for his brother. Ling Xiao, that guy, he actually obtained the Gemini martial spirits of the sixth bane. Outside the ruins, the warriors from the Black Crow Empire gritted their teeth. Not only did he obtain it, but he used it better than the sixth bane. The first bane, He Yanbing, said coldly, "He's a talent, but it's a pity that he's an enemy of the Black Crow Empire. Even if he doesn't die in the heavenly devil battlefield, he can forget about escaping from my hands. Next, it's your turn." Ling Xiao looked at Ji Tianming with a cold smile and said, "Do you really think that you can kill me by calling a few good-for-nothings to surround me?" A mocking smile appeared on his face. In fact, the best way to deal with encirclement was to divide the battlefield. Let the one versus many fight become one versus one. Ling Xiao did this. He used the bronze giant demon to restrain the Water Divine Hall's divine envoy, then used the Gemini martial spirits to scare Ji Tianming away and lure Gao Yangjun away. Then he suddenly attacked the Dark Shrine's silver metal assassin. This silver metal assassin's attack was probably the strongest, but his defense was the weakest. It would be easy to kill him. Ji Tianming saw the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face, and the hope of victory that had just been ignited in his heart instantly disappeared. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would be suppressed by the four of them, and that he would be able to quickly avenge his fellow sect members. However, in the end, one of their people was killed, and Ling Xiao was still unharmed. "Ling Xiao, you better resign yourself to death. Otherwise, I will kill your brother." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It turned out that when Ling Luo came out to kill the silver metal assassin, he was targeted by Gao Yangjun. Gao Yangjun knew that killing Ling Xiao was not easy, but dealing with Ling Luo, he was very confident. The cold blade was placed on Ling Luo's throat, and a trace of blood could even be seen flowing down. "Ha ha 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 ha! Ling Xiao, today I want to see what you will do. You keep saying that you are loyal and righteous, but now that your brother is a hostage, what will you do?" Ji Tianming was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. "Gao Yangjun, well done." Shameless, too shameless. Outside the ruins, Dai Yaoling was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Don't worry. Your big brother Ling has dealt with this kind of shameless people many times. Nothing will happen," Lan Yuer said with a smile. "Look at his expression. Is there even a trace of panic?" Dai Yaoling looked at the huge screen and found that it was indeed so. Not only was Ling Xiao not panicked, but the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. "If you can predict it, do you think that I can't?" Hearing this, Gao Yangjun's expression changed greatly, and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Behind him, a shadow pierced his heart. Then Ling Luo quickly slashed out, and the broken sword cut off Gao Yangjun's arm, then chopped off his head. The eighth one. Although his throat still hurt, Ling Luo was very excited. "Big brother, you are too powerful. How did you know that he was going to deal with me?" Ling Luo wiped the blood from his throat and asked with a smile. "Because your big brother's enemies are all despicable and shameless. They can't beat me, so they naturally want to kill you. Therefore, I hid the shadow child beside you and lured him to take the bait." Ling Xiao chuckled. "To be honest, Gao Yangjun's martial spirit is a little strange. I can't find his weakness in a short time, but this guy is a little stupid." After killing Gao Yangjun, he took out the eye of the immortal pot and absorbed his martial spirit. Oh, so it is called the spatial gate. This martial spirit is quite strange. The moment he absorbed the martial spirit, Ling Xiao knew the name and effect of this martial spirit. Chapter 1523. The so-called martial spirit spatial door referred to the ability to open a spatial door within a certain range and directly travel from one place to another. If an assassin possessed such a martial spirit, it would really be too bizarre. I'll keep it first. It might be useful in the future. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, then looked at Ji Tianming. "Very happy, right? 2 of your companions died, and the only ones left who killed me to share the credit are the 2 of you. Very proud, right?" These words were full of ridicule. Ji Tianming's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said with a flattering smile, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I originally didn't intend to be enemies with Brother Ling, but these 3 fellows insisted on pestering me." As soon as these words came out, outside the ruins, the martial artists of the sacred dynasty's immortal island immediately lowered their heads. It was simply a loss of face. Saying such words was a bit too shameless. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "In terms of shamelessness, you can also be considered a person who can be ranked at the top." Right at this time, the bronze giant suddenly burst out with a roar, and the long spear pierced through the chest of the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy. This spear pierced from the outside to the inside, and the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy's body was pierced through. Half of this credit was given to Ji Tianming. It was precisely Ji Tianming's shameless words, coupled with the tragic death of the other two, that caused the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy to panic. The bronze giant seized the opportunity and pierced through with a spear. "Ling Luo, he's still breathing. Go and finish him off." Ling Xiao shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Ling Luo had already charged over and cut off the divine envoy's head. This kid had once suffered a loss. He killed the enemy without finishing him off, and in the end, he was sneak attacked. So from then on, if he wanted to kill the enemy, he would inevitably cut off the enemy's head in the end. Only then could he be at ease. Otherwise, he really couldn't be at ease. Many thanks, big brother. This is the 9th. There's still one left. Ling Luo licked his lips and looked at Ji Tianming with a smile. Cheating. This is cheating. Outside the ruins, many martial artists shouted indignantly. The rules don't seem to say that we can't deal the finishing blow. Why don't you change the rules now, Lord Alliance Master? The demon wine sword looked at the Alliance leader with a smile. His words were naturally filled with ridicule. This was not the first time the Alliance Master had targeted Ling Xiao. I've said it before. As long as you kill 10 of them, you'll pass the test, regardless of how you do it. She didn't seem to care if Ling Xiao passed or not. She only cared about how Ling Xiao died. On the heavenly demon battlefield, Ji Tianming stood there in horror. He was clearly in his own sandstorm domain, but he didn't have any confidence facing Ling Xiao. Right now, he couldn't even figure out what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at. Was this guy really at the 7th Grotto Heaven stage? If that was the case, how could he have killed so many cultivators who were much stronger than him so easily? Furthermore, he clearly had a feeling that Ling Xiao was not going all out because of the battle in the dragon-slaying forest. Although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he heard people mention it. Today's Ling Xiao didn't use many of the moves he used at that time. It was obvious that he was being lenient, but even so, even if Ling Xiao held back, the 4 of them actually couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, 3 of them were eliminated in a row. Once again, he was all alone. Just like before when he led the 17 martial artists from the sacred dynasty's immortal island to besiege Ling Xiao and finally fled for his life. Another tragedy had happened. What are you thinking about? Regret? Or thinking about how to escape? Ling Xiao's voice startled Ji Tianming out of his panicked imagination. Plop! Ji Tianming actually knelt down. Let me go. I'm willing to be your slave, just like those people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. No matter what you want me to do, I'm willing. He would rather be a slave than die, because it wasn't easy for him to cultivate to his current realm. If he died like this, everything would be over. And if he became Ling Xiao's slave, he would have a chance to turn the tables in the future. It was said that the people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan lived very comfortably in Ling Xiao's place, including betraying your sect, betraying your island master. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a strong sense of sarcasm. He looked down on Ji Tianming. This was completely different from Peng Nantian and Kong Hao. Those 2 people endured humiliation and swore to be slaves for the sake of the other clansmen's lives. But why did Ji Tianming do it? It was purely for himself. Yes, as long as I don't die, I'm willing to betray whoever you want me to, Ji Tianming said. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the sky. He believed that many people were watching this scene. Ji Ruolong, this is the so-called genius you nurtured. Hee, what a joke. In order to survive, he can even betray you. Do you think I should have such a slave? What? Ji Tianming was stunned. He didn't know that everything here could be seen from the outside. At this moment, his face was filled with extreme horror. Outside the door of the ruins, everyone was dumbfounded. Ji Tianming, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, actually didn't think of how to win when facing Ling Xiao. Instead, he used the condition of betraying his sect to beg Ling Xiao to make him a slave. What kind of F***ck was this? What kind of shamelessness was this? It was too ironic. Ji Ruolong had already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was bad enough that he was humiliated by Ling Xiao, but in front of so many people, the genius he had painstakingly nurtured chose to betray him, just to be a slave for someone else. This was simply trampling on his old face. However, Ji Huangtian's expression seemed to be cold. What he saw was not only Ji Tianming's humiliation, but also Ling Xiao's terror. Even he felt that this kind of strength was a little troublesome, although he could still deal with it now. If this guy was allowed to continue growing, then there would likely be no way to contain this crazy guy in the future. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Ji Huangtian. What was a genius? In the eyes of the majority, Ji Tianming and Gao Yangjun were all geniuses. They were unusually talented, and their cultivation surpassed others at a young age. Furthermore, when facing ordinary martial artists, challenging someone one level higher was a breeze. These people were the idols in the hearts of many young martial artists in the past. Even many senior experts also praised them. However, these so-called geniuses were now killed, and one was kneeling there begging Ling Xiao to take him in as a slave. What an ironic scene this was. I think we should give Ling Xiao a title, Genius Terminator. Genius Hunter is also not bad. Yeah, facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao is always a level higher than them. This kind of existence should really be called the Genius Terminator. I wonder what those geniuses, who are usually so proud that their tails are wagging, think. The crowd was discussing animatedly, talking and laughing. They didn't care who was killed. It was more important to watch a show. Chapter 15:24. Apart from watching the show, the spectators also hoped that a major force like the Five Immortal Island would be defeated. After all, the Five Immortal Island was usually so arrogant and thought highly of themselves. Now that they were so cowardly in front of Ling Xiao, it was really embarrassing. Ling Luo, kill him! Ling Xiao no longer had time to waste with Ji Tianming. He could sense that Cold Plum was in danger. He had to settle the matter here, and then find Cold Plum. Got it, brother! Ling Luo chuckled, pulled out the broken sword, and walked towards Ji Tianming. You want to kill me too? I'm afraid of your brother, but I'm not afraid of you. Ji Tianming knew that there was no way he would be let off by Ling Xiao today. He stood up and roared at Ling Luo ferociously. However, the moment he stood up, Ji Tianming realized in horror that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. His hands and legs were bound by the black shadow, and he couldn't break free at all. Goodbye, expert! Those were the last words Ji Tianming heard before he died. He was beheaded by a brat whose cultivation was much lower than his. Good death! That voice actually came from Ji Ruolong's mouth. Almost all the warriors from the sacred dynasties, Immortal Island couldn't wait for the disgraceful Ji Tianming to die. However, the only one who truly shouted was Ji Ruolong. That was because he was too angry. His anger had reached its peak. At this point, the 4 people who had besieged Ling Xiao had all died in Ling Luo's hands. Ling Luo had also successfully completed the assessment and chose to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. If he stayed, he would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao. To have such a sensible brother was really a blessing for Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Luo come out, an elder from the Blackwater Immortal Island suddenly rushed out and grabbed at Ling Luo with his huge hand, trying to kill him on the spot. However, what welcomed him was a sword filled with murderous intent. The demon wine sword made its move. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so outstanding and that he wanted to achieve his goal, the wine demon sword naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao do more things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if Ling Xiao refused to help in the future. Boom! In the sky, an explosive sound rang out. The old man from the Blackwater Immortal Island was sent flying into the dragon-slaying forest. His mouth was full of blood. If you don't have the ability to kill, don't provoke others. Although I don't know what relationship you have with Gao Yangjun, he deserved to die. The demon wine sword floats in the air, coldly looking at the old man, its expression cold and emotionless. That's right. Killing is normal in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, you people from the Blackwater Immortal Island can scram. The Alliance Master's cold voice rang out. Although she didn't like Ling Xiao and had even devised all kinds of methods to try to kill Ling Xiao. However, if someone were to cause trouble here because someone had died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, that would be disrespecting her. She couldn't accept that. Thank you, Uncle Demon Wine Sword. Ling Luo cupped his hands at the Demon Wine Sword, then happily returned to Qingshu College's formation. The old man got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins, with a vicious gaze. Gao Yangjun was a disciple that he had focused on nurturing. Moreover, he was his biological grandson. Gao Yangjun was extremely talented and was definitely a strong contender for the future successor of the Blackwater Immortal Island. However, he was killed by Ling Xiao, and Ling Luo just like that. Ling Xiao had gone too far. He had gone too far. At this moment, the old man might have forgotten that if Gao Yangjun hadn't attacked Ling Xiao first and even used Ling Xiao as a hostage to threaten Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have died. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had chosen to leave after completing the mission like Zhu Wen and Tianxia? It was a pity that this old man would never consider his own mistakes and would instead direct all his anger onto Ling Xiao. At this moment, the killing in the Heavenly Devil battlefield had not stopped. The number of people continued to decrease. Of course, there were those who were killed and also those who successfully completed the mission. However, some people harbored evil intentions and refused to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield even after completing the mission, because they were confident and were not afraid of encountering any enemy. These people's goal was to kill everyone related to Ling Xiao. Of course, the final goal was to kill Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and so on were all such people. The chaotic battle still continued, and the killings also happened continuously. Some were killed by the martial artists who entered together, while some died at the hands of the Heavenly Devils. The faces of the various major factions leaders were all ugly because the martial artists who entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield seemed to have been schemed against. The number of deaths was too high and already exceeded their acceptable range. However, this kind of death still continued. They did not understand what the Alliance chief wanted to do. Even if these people were still unable to resist the martial artists of the White Tiger continent, they could still grow up in the future. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity to die just like that? However, whether they understood or not did not mean much. Anyway, they did not dare to go and defy the Alliance chief's will. Ah! A scream sounded. It was the cry of the Heavenly Devils. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. It was as if someone was deliberately obstructing him from rescuing Cold Plum. The number of heavenly devils he encountered just now was still in the single digits, but when he was heading towards Cold Plum's location, the number of heavenly devils actually increased greatly. Although he was fearless in the face of these heavenly devils and destroyed them when he encountered them. However, even for him, there was a limit to his endurance. Such frequent killings would also exhaust him. Looks like someone is really deliberately messing with me. Ling Xiao thought of the Alliance chief. When he was surrounded and killed previously, he had already guessed this point. And now, this fact was even more confirmed. Looks like even if Ling Xiao finds his woman, he probably won't have the strength to fight. Someone is deliberately tricking him. Even an idiot could see that there was a problem in this. Cold Plum could only fight and retreat in the face of Tomohiko Kuma, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and Phoenix Cry Wushan. She could not gain the slightest advantage at all. Her body was already covered in wounds. Fortunately, she was skilled and was not killed. However, as time passed, no one knew what would happen. Boom! Suddenly, a moonlight blade flew towards the Fire Phoenix in the sky. Then, sparks flew all over the sky. The Fire Phoenix let out a sorrowful cry and swayed as if it was about to fall. Moon Maiden, what are you trying to do? The Alliance chief asked coldly. You're asking me what I'm trying to do? I want to ask you, don't you feel shameless for targeting Ling Xiao time and time again? The Moon Maiden asked coldly. Targeting him? You're wrong. I'm just training him because I have high hopes for him. I feel that he will definitely become a new force to fight against the White Tiger mainland. Since that's the case, he should train more so that he can grow faster and better. Speaking of this, the Alliance chief suddenly smiled and said, love is the easiest way to erase a person's fighting spirit. Therefore, that Cold Plum must die. Only with her death can Ling Xiao truly become a talent. Chapter 1525. It's all a bunch of nonsense. The Moon Maiden said coldly, since you won't stop, don't blame me for taking action. She rose into the air and floated in the air like a fairy from the Moon Palace, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, she charged toward the Alliance leader at an extremely fast speed. The two female warriors beside the Alliance leader tried to stop her, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow from the enraged Moon Lady. They were instantly killed. Your Highness Moon Maiden is indeed powerful, but I'm not afraid of you. The Alliance leader put away his Fire Phoenix mount and fought the Moon Maiden in the sky above the killing dragon forest. No one intervened, because some wanted to, but they were powerless, while others were too lazy to interfere. With the Moon Maiden restraining the Alliance leader, Ling Xiao immediately felt the pressure on him decrease. At least the heavenly demons that swarmed toward him had decreased again. However, because he had exhausted too much energy, he had to find a place to recover first. Otherwise, if he went to save Cold Plum in his current state, he might drag Cold Plum down instead. There were some special towers in the heavenly demon battlefield. These towers were very strange. There were strange secret technique cannons at the top of the towers that would shoot heavenly demons as long as they approached. There were also strange light screens around the towers that could prevent heavenly demons from entering the towers. This should be a ruin left behind by the ancestors. Back then, when the myriad races fought against the heavenly demons, they relied on this secret technique tower to have a chance to breathe. Bastards, wait until I've rested enough. Then I'll settle the score with you guys. Ling Xiao saw a warrior from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island enter the secret technique tower with his own eyes. The three heavenly demons that were chasing him did not dare to approach. The secret technique tower's secret technique cannons were powerful. heavenly demons below the fifth grotto heaven realm were basically instantly killed. Those above the fifth grotto heaven realm could only resist for a while, but it was still very dangerous. Although that person was in a sorry state, no matter what, he managed to preserve his life. This secret technique tower was really amazing. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao also walked toward the secret technique tower. He also wanted to find a place to rest first before looking for Cold Plum. He had already used his soul power to contact his other companions and had them come closer to him. Previously, due to his soul energy being blocked, he could only sense it but not communicate with it. For some reason, the connection was now unobstructed. Could it be that the person outside who has been targeting me is in trouble? Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin as he thought of the Moon Maiden. His Moon Maiden sister wouldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. Faced with such a situation, she would definitely attack in anger. There was no doubt about that. Just as he was thinking, several beams of demonic light suddenly shot over from afar. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he ignited his scarlet sun feather coat. Any heavenly demon that got close to him, as long as they were slightly weaker, would be instantly ignited by the scorching heat. He didn't turn back and continued walking into the Secret Arts Tower. The Sky Fiends also chose to stop attacking. They could still judge how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The moment he passed through the light curtain, Ling Xiao could feel a warm current flowing smoothly through his blood. It was very comfortable. Ah, isn't this young Master Ling? Why are you here as well? The one who spoke was the disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island. I was chased by heavenly demons, so I came here to hide. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no need to explain too much about such things. Hee, it's great that you're here. Those guys from the Black Crow Empire and the Permitha Celestial Island won't be able to be arrogant anymore. The disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island was excited. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. This Secret Arts Tower usually has 3 levels. The first level only provides shelter and doesn't help with healing and recovery. The second level will release special light energy to assist in healing, but that's all. The third level is more powerful. Not only does it increase the healing speed, but it can also restore physical strength and inner energy. Therefore, the third level is a place that martial artists must fight for. The disciple from the last Joy Celestial Island replied. Speaking of this, he suddenly sighed helplessly and said, "It's a pity that the third level is now occupied by the Black Crow Empire's third maleficent star. The second level is occupied by a few martial artists from the Permitha Celestial Island. I was just healing in there, but I can't do it this time." Boom! At this moment, a figure was blasted out of the third level and fell to the ground, covered in blood. The person who was blasted out was a disciple from the Canopy Celestial Island. At the same time, a voice came from above. Since the Canopy Celestial Island is in cahoots with Ling Xiao, don't even think about taking advantage of this place. We're already being merciful by not killing you. Ling Xiao frowned. It turned out that the disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island were affected because of him. In that case, he had to do something. There are disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island and the last Joy Celestial Island here. Follow me. Ling Xiao stood up. He needed a good place to recover his physical strength. It was also good to help the people from the last Joy Celestial Island and the Canopy Celestial Island. Although others had given him a drop of water, he had to repay them with a spring. Young Master Ling, don't blame me for praising others and belittling ourselves. The martial artists here are a little weak. The strongest one is the one who was injured. His cultivation is at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. The few martial artists from the Permitha Celestial Island on the 2nd level are at the 8th and 7th Grotto Heaven realm. As for the 3rd malefic star of the Black Crow Empire, his strength is even more terrifying. You have to think carefully. The disciple from the last joy, Celestial Island, said worriedly, because he was inside. He did not see the scene where Ling Xiao killed Ji Tianming and the others. He did not understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was now. This kind of worry was reasonable. That's right. If you're not strong enough, you'll end up like me. The severely injured martial artist from the canopy, Celestial Island, said, helplessly. Ling Xiao did not explain anything. Since he could not explain it clearly, he decided to go up alone. He wanted to show these people his strength and be confident. Young Master Ling, you have to be careful. Let's go. The few of us who are not injured will follow you. If young Master Ling is in danger, we can still fight. Perhaps the disciples of the Lastest Joy, Celestial Island, were influenced by the Lastest Joy, Celestial Island. They treated Ling Xiao well. Seeing that Ling Xiao was going to take the risk, they hurriedly called out to the crowd and followed him. In the 2nd level, a few martial artists from the Permitha Celestial Island were sitting cross-legged to recover. They had an intense battle with the heavenly demons and even met Long Chun in the process. They originally wanted to kill Long Chun, but they did not expect to be lured into the heavenly demon's nest and almost died. When we recover, we'll go and kill Long Chun. That guy isn't strong, but he's pretty smart. He actually dared to trick us. A martial artist said fiercely, after killing Long Chun, aren't you afraid of Ling Xiao? What's there to be afraid of? He's just trash with more fame than strength. Do you really think he's a top expert? Wait, who are you? The martial artist from the Permitha Celestial Island casually replied. However, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1526. The martial artist from the Permitha Immortal Island suddenly felt that something was amiss, because the person who asked the question was not his companion, but the martial artist who walked in from outside. This bunch of rookies really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to come here. He looked at the person at the door with murderous intent. In the next moment, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, that fear soon disappeared. This was because Ling Xiao had sent him to the boundless hell with a single sword strike. The people from the sacred dynasty Immortal Island here have all been wiped out. The Dark God Hall and the Water God Hall each sent one person here, and they were all killed by me. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao wasn't that angry at first. However, the words of the person from the Permitha Immortal Island just now made him want to kill. These people were really targeting him. Not only did they want to kill him, but they also wanted to kill his friends. Since that was the case, why couldn't he make the first move? A few more sword lights flew out, and the 10 martial artists from the Permitha Immortal Island here were all killed. These people didn't even have time to react before they died, mysteriously. Ling Xiao's sword was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The disciple from the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island peeked inside. He wanted to see what was going on, but he was so scared that his whole body trembled. Oh my God, he's too strong. Young Master Ling really lives up to his reputation. No wonder the patriarch told us to treat him better. The disciple was very glad that he didn't take too many detours with the 2 Vice Island masters. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. All right, you guys stay here and heal your injuries first. Especially you, your injuries aren't light. I'll go up and meet the 3rd Jinx. Ling Xiao turned around and said. Then he walked out of the 2nd floor and headed to the 3rd floor. The martial artists on the 2nd floor were still cleaning up the corpses inside. It didn't feel like much time had passed when they heard something fall outside. They rushed out and looked at the ground. They saw a corpse on the ground of the 1st floor. Who else could it be but the 3rd Jinx? How long did it take? Probably less than a minute. This is too terrifying. The third malefic star of the Black Crow Empire should be a ninth Paradise Realm martial artist. How could he be killed so easily? Ling Xiao is too terrifying. Everyone discussed for a long time and finally came to this conclusion. Less than a minute, perhaps only a few dozen seconds, or even a dozen seconds. Such frightening strength really made people feel dread. Just how strong is that guy? Outside the entrance of the ruins, the martial artists could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's performance was simply too stunning. This fellow should not be inferior to the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao only stayed on the third floor of the Secret Arts Tower for a quarter of an hour. After he had fully recovered, he quickly left to look for Cold Plum. Along the way, he encountered Long Chun, who was being pursued by 3 martial artists from the Permitha Celestial Island and 7 martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island. Although Long Chun was a little disheveled, he had already relied on his terrifying bloodline talent to kill 3 people. Otherwise, there would be 13 people chasing after him. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He slashed the air with his sword, and a huge Taotai ruled the entire space. The 10 martial artists who were chasing after Long Chun died on the spot. They did not even know who had attacked. This guy is crazy. The martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island stood up. How dare he do this? How dare he say that? You're allowed to chase after our Qingshu College's disciples, but I, Brother Ling, am not allowed to kill your people? What kind of logic is this? Dai Yaoling said sarcastically. That's right. I said you're shameless, and you're not holding back. Ling Luo also chimed in. He had been hunted down and nearly lost his life. Thus, he did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for these people. After a while, Long Chun broke through the air. With Ling Xiao's help, he completed the assessment and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. After that, Ling Xiao continued forward and met Shang Guanhong again. This guy had just killed the 5th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire, but he was also seriously injured. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. Ling Xiao gave him a healing pill and lured a few heavenly devils over to help Shang Guanhong complete his mission. If the rules were fair, Shang Guanhong and Long Chun would not need Ling Xiao's help. However, this test was unfair to begin with. Thus, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to help. Shang Guanhong completed his mission and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. At this time, there were only 3 martial artists from Qingshu College left in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Hai Myung Ko. Hai Myung Ko was still fighting fiercely with the 4th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire. It seemed that it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, but her life was not in danger. Cold Plum was the only one in danger. Somewhere in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Cold Plum dodged Zong, used Red Spider Lily's killing move again, but her expression was even worse. Facing 3 experts, she could not win even if she used all her strength. I can't die yet. Master still needs me. Lang Mei gritted her teeth. Her figure flickered, like a ghost that was hard to track. Her gaze was fixed on Phoenix Cry Wushan. This person's cultivation was the weakest of the 3. During the battle, she had been observing him and finally found his weakness. She had to kill one of them first. This way, she still had a chance of winning against 2. What a proud girl. No wonder my senior brother was tempted by you. But you're too stupid. What's so good about that Ling Xiao? He's just a lowly commoner. How can he compare to my senior brother? He's an expert ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list, and Ling Xiao is worthless in front of him. Zong Yu's Permitha flower was also secretly shocked. She really did not hold back. Or it could be said that the 3 of them did not hold back. But this Cold Plum was like a natural killer, with an extremely tenacious vitality an extremely terrifying sense of smell and combat skills. Every time danger came, she could avoid it. Although she was injured, she was not seriously injured. Dragon Phoenix list? That's only because Master did not participate in the ranking. Otherwise, she would definitely be first. Cold Plum looked at Zhongyu with disdain and said, "This era belongs to my master. If he doesn't die, I can't die either." Her aura suddenly became more terrifying, as if she had a breakthrough in the battle. Kill! A ghostly figure dashed out. Her target was Phoenix Cry Wushan. "Haha, she's coming for me. How stupid." Phoenix Cry Wushan sneered. He admitted that he was the weakest of the three, but in terms of intelligence, he was stronger than the other two. Since he guessed that Cold Plum would come for him, how could he not be prepared? Puchi! Cold Plum's sword pierced into Phoenix Cry Wushan's body, but it did not feel like it pierced into the skin, but as if it had pierced into wood. "That's the substitute scroll of the ninja clan. Want to kill me? Is it possible?" Phoenix Cry Wushan's voice came from another place, full of pride. Chapter 1527. "Be careful!" Tomohiko Kuma suddenly shouted. Fengming Wushan was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp dagger had already pierced his body. He looked at the other Cold Plum, only to find that it was just a bright plum blossom. "You're the one who's too smart for his own good." After killing Fengming Wushan, Cold Plum quickly retreated. Her figure disappeared into the darkness again. Damn it, this girl still has this trick up her sleeve. She hasn't used it yet. Zhongyu by Lilia was shocked. The three of them couldn't kill Cold Plum. Could two of them do it? Don't worry about others. Take care of yourself. A cold voice suddenly came from the side. Then Zhongyu by Lilia felt a terrifying coldness, as if the world was about to freeze. Fengming Piao Shui, what are you doing? This was the last sentence Zhongyu by Lilia said before she died. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would be killed by someone else after besieging Long May all this while. "What am I doing?" "Killing you." Fengming Piao Shui lazily brushed the hair on her forehead. Then she said indifferently, "You just killed someone from Changle Celestial Island, right?" At this time, Tomohiko Kuma was already nowhere to be found. That guy was smart. When he saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly chose to escape. "Thank you." Cold Plum's figure appeared. She was obviously a little weak. "No need. If you want to thank someone, thank your man, Ling Xiao. I owe him. Goodbye." Fengming Piao Shui smiled and disappeared. Her mission had been completed long ago. The reason why she stayed was purely to repay the favor. She originally planned to help Ling Xiao, but Cold Plum happened to be in trouble, so she conveniently helped. "Changle Ancestor, what's going on?" To be inconsolable of the Permitha, Immortal Island roared furiously. What else could it be? The disciples of your Permitha, Immortal Island bullied my everlasting joy, Immortal Island. Ling Xiao helped them. My granddaughter helped Ling Xiao's woman in order to repay him. This is very normal. Ancestor Changle said, with a faint smile. Others to be inconsolable, but he didn't care at all. Ling Xiao, who was hurrying on his way, suddenly froze for a moment before he relaxed and smiled. Who would have thought that Cold Plum would be saved by Phoenix Cry's fluttering snow? It seemed like there was no need for him to be anxious. He used his soul to tell Cold Plum to leave immediately after completing the test. He then turned around and headed for another secret art tower. Haim Myung-keo and the fourth malefic star were both in the secret arts tower. Both of them were severely injured during the battle. They were chased by the heavenly demons and had no choice but to hide in the tower to recuperate. Among the people of Qingshu College, Only Hai Myung-ko hadn't left. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to find her. At the same time, the fourth malefic star also contacted Tomohiko Kuma and the second malefic star to go there and use Hai Myung-ko to kill Ling Xiao. At the same time, the disciples of Phoenix Cry Mountain and Mount Fengming also left the battle and headed there. The Python Phoenix Boa Sheng and the Dark Phoenix Dark Current from the Phoenix Academy also received the same news. The remaining disciples of the Permetha Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island also headed there. It seemed like they were going to carry out a perfect annihilation of Ling Xiao. In addition to them, the remaining martial artists of the Martial Arts Master Island also received orders from their superiors to head to the Secret Arts Tower. Ling Xiao will definitely die there. This was what all the opposing forces were looking forward to. Without these people harassing them, the martial artists of the Celestial Island of Last Joy and the Celestial Island of Canopy had an easier time completing the mission. In addition to the martial artists killed by the heavenly demons, there were more than 10 people from the two immortal islands who completed the assessment and finally left the heavenly demon battlefield. However, there were also some who didn't leave. One was Piao Shui, another was Feng Minglian, and the last was Ji Luoyu and Yu Qianya. Among the four of them, only Yu Qianya was there to kill Ling Xiao, although he was a martial artist of the Celestial Island of Last Joy. Once in the Divine Phoenix capital, he asked Ling Xiao to let Emo Tsong go, but Ling Xiao didn't give him face. As a result, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he was defeated by Ling Xiao and lost face. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's at that time. It was only because he was frightened by Ling Xiao's powerful soul power that he chose to escape. This time, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know all of this. Right now, he only wanted to save Hai Myung-ko and leave this place himself. Anyway, he had already passed the assessment, so there was no need to waste any more time. Big brother, did you hear the voice transmission? Who is it that wants us to go there? On the way, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain met Mount Fengming. Mount Fengming asked in confusion, "It can't be a trap, right?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain sneered, "I know who that voice is. Don't worry, she won't harm us. Ling Xiao has offended the person he shouldn't have offended the most this time. He won't be able to escape this calamity. I must let him suffer the pain of being cut into pieces." Mount Fengming laughed. "Big brother, you're too kind. Just cutting him into pieces is too easy for him. Why don't you just cripple him and throw him into the heavenly demon battlefield and let those heavenly demons enjoy themselves? In this way, that kid's soul will be destroyed. He he he." That's right. Only in this way can we dispel the hatred in our hearts and avenge Father. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain nodded with a smile. TSK, TSK, how terrifying. This Ling Xiao offended your royal family. He's really unlucky. Otherwise, in the future, he would probably be able to shine and shock those cultivators of the White Tiger continent. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yu Qianya flew over from the horizon. "Gentleman's sword, are you going to help Ling Xiao?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain frowned. "How can that be? Ling Xiao and I have a deep grudge. Why would I help him? Right now, I can't wait to devour his bones and soul and completely destroy him." Yu Qianya suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Outside the ruins, Patriarch Changle's expression was very ugly. Although Yu Qianya was once a subordinate of the two Vice Island Masters, he was still a member of the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. If he were to make a move against Ling Xiao, it would probably provoke Ling Xiao's revenge on the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. "Island Master, there's no need to worry. Piao Shui will take care of him." On the side, Dan Feng said with a lazy look while eating peanuts with a smile on his face. This young cultivator, who was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list, actually looked so slovenly. This was somewhat similar to the Liquor Demon sword. However, behind his lazy style, there was a terror that no one dared to look directly at. That's true. Patriarch Changle immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally wanted to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, so opposing Ling Xiao was definitely not his wish. Why hasn't Cold Plum come out yet? In the square formation of Qingshu College, Lan Yu suddenly asked. There's no need to look for her. Don't you know that girl's character? If Ling Xiao hasn't left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, she will definitely not leave. However, this is also good. With her strength, she can definitely help Ling Xiao. The dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyan, said as he looked at the ruins. Chapter 1528. Ling Xiao is still inside. How can Cold Plum come out? Feng Qingyan, the leader of the Qingshu College team, had been silent the whole time. Now that the Moon Lady and the Alliance Master were fighting in the sky, he became the backbone and had to say what needed to be said. That's right. Cold Plum won't abandon Ling Xiao. Lan Yu smiled bitterly. Hua Luiying, Hua Fuguang Longchun, and Shang Guanhong lowered their heads, feeling a little embarrassed. All right, don't think too much. Cold Plum's strength is different from yours. She will help you if she stays, but you will only cause trouble if you stay. It's the wisest choice for you to come out. Feng Qingyan sighed and said, This Ling Xiao is really lucky to have so many talented friends to help him. It's really hard to come by. Young Master Ling, I finally found you. You can't go to the Secret Arts Tower. On the way, Ling Xiao met a disciple of Canopy Island. He seemed to have been waiting for Ling Xiao. Why? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Almost everyone just received a message from a mysterious voice. They want to kill you in the Secret Arts Tower. The disciple of Canopy Island answered. I heard it too. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That voice was a calm female voice, which was exactly the same as the Alliance Master's voice outside. Ling Xiao believed that it was done by that person. After all, she was the one who opened the door to the ruins. Only she could do this. No way. You heard it and still want to go? The disciple of Canopy Island looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He was completely stunned. It's not up to me. I believe that person has calculated that I will go even if I know it's a dangerous place. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Thank you for your reminder. I'm fine. No matter how good the plan is, it's useless in front of strength. You should leave this place quickly. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he didn't turn back. Instead, he sped up and flew toward the Secret Arts Tower. This battle was unavoidable. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to watch his own people get trapped in the Secret Arts Tower and do nothing about it. What's more, it was actually a good thing for him to gather all his enemies together. It saved him a lot of time, and he didn't have to search everywhere. They're here. Ling Xiao has appeared. The first to arrive at the Secret Arts Tower were the martial artists from the Permethos Celestial Island and the Blackwater Celestial Island. There were a total of 12 people. These 12 people were all at the 5th Paradise Realm or above. The strongest among them should be the second in command of the Blackwater Immortal Island, a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. As for his name, Ling Xiao was too lazy to ask. In any case, he would soon become a corpse. These people didn't know what Ling Xiao had done before, so in their opinion, the 12 of them should be able to kill Ling Xiao. Kill him. Ling Xiao's life is mine. These 12 people actually treated Ling Xiao as a piece of meat that could be sliced up at will. At the same time, they pounced on him and howled. They were even more evil than the heavenly demons. Dark Sword Realm, Black Dragon roars, and swallows the heavens. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. With a shake of the dark demonic sword in his hand, The dark sword realm suddenly appeared. Then, countless black dragons began to circle around him like tentacles. It was a horrifying sight. Kill! Pu-pu, pu, 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 the terrifying black dragon sword chi pierced through the air. In the heavenly demon battlefield, it was infused with the heavenly demon fighting will, and its power increased exponentially. As the ear-piercing sound rang out, only 3 of the 12 people were left. The rest were all killed. Even in death, they didn't know how they had offended such a terrifying martial artist. What's going on? How can this Ling Xiao be so strong? His sword moves are even more powerful in the heavenly demon battlefield than outside. Is this guy a heavenly demon? We were too careless. If we knew this would happen, we would have waited for the others to arrive before attacking together. What should we do now, Gao Yang? The other 2 knew that the martial artist from the Blackwater Fairy Island was the strongest. Naturally, they followed his lead. Retreat. Enter the secret arts tower first, and rendezvous with the 4th jinx of the Black Crow Empire. Our people should be here soon. I don't believe that we can't kill Ling Xiao with so many people joining forces. The Blackwater Fairy Island expert was frightened by Ling Xiao's shocking black dragon sword realm. He had no intention of fighting at all. To put it nicely, they were retreating. In fact, they were just running away in a sorry state. He knew that the 4th jinx was still in the secret arts tower. 1 more person meant 1 more combat power. However, would Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Roar! The dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly turned into a long dragon and pounced at an extremely fast speed. The long black dragon was hundreds of meters long and seemed to be able to tear the space in half. The terrifying sword essence was unstoppable. In just a moment, the remaining 3 martial artists, including the guy from the Blackwater Fairy Island, were swallowed by the long black dragon. Even their corpses disappeared. This guy is too cruel. It seems that using the Heavenly Devil battlefield to trap him was a wrong choice. The Blackwater Fairy Island master looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins. For the first time, he doubted the Alliance master's actions. However, the pitiful him did not know the Alliance master's true intentions. On the surface, it was to kill Ling Xiao. What was the real reason? Perhaps only the Alliance master himself knew the answer. The Blackwater Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, and the Permitha Fairy Island have all been annihilated. In order to kill Ling Xiao, they all died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. No one passed the assessment. The Dark God Palace only sent 1 person, and he was annihilated. The Water Fairy Temple also sent 1 person, and he was annihilated. The Black Crow Empire only has Tomohiko Kuma, the 2nd malignant star, and the 4th malignant star left. It seems that all the forces that are enemies with Ling Xiao have been dealt a devastating blow. Yeah, I really don't know if they're trying to kill Ling Xiao, or if they're being hunted down by Ling Xiao. Who else can kill Ling Xiao? Many people who liked to watch the show began to look forward to the appearance of an expert who could fight against Ling Xiao. Who is that? Everyone saw a person standing at the entrance of the Secret Arts Tower. It was a burly man. That must be the Python Phoenix, Boa Sheng. He's ranked 4th among the 10 great phoenixes. He might be able to kill Ling Xiao. Many people's eyes lit up. Boa Sheng was born in the city of Sin. He also had a blood feud with Ling Xiao. This was because the first time Ling Xiao went to the city of Sin, he directly annihilated Boa Sheng's family. Although it could be said that his family was courting death by attacking Ling Xiao first. But he didn't care about that. Anyway, it was Ling Xiao's fault. Who is Python 5 to you? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Boa Sheng. My biological father, Boa Sheng said through gritted teeth. then I advise you not to do anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family will have no descendants. Sometimes, Ling Xiao felt that these people were pitiful. They were obviously weak, but they kept coming to seek death. It made him a little embarrassed to kill them. Chapter 1529. Of course, Ling Xiao was only joking when he said he was embarrassed. He would never show mercy to those who dared to attack him. Hee, are you afraid? But since you're here, don't even think about living. Boa Sheng didn't seem to understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. Behind his muscular body, a huge black python lifted its ferocious head and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. A terrifying power was released continuously. So scary. Is this the strength of the fourth phoenix? Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. This guy is a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist with yin-yang essence energy. Many astute martial artists could tell Boa Sheng's cultivation when the power was released. I hope Ling Xiao doesn't die too quickly. Otherwise, it won't be interesting. The surrounding martial artists felt excited. What they wanted to see was a dialogue between two strong martial artists. It was a fight to the death. The more exciting it was, the better. But would Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? What Ling Xiao hated the most was being treated like a monkey watching a show. Therefore, in the battles here, he would basically use the fastest way to resolve them. Ha ha ha, are you afraid, Ling Xiao? Do you really think you're invincible under the age of 30? I'm 10 years older than you and have 10 more years of cultivation experience. Do you really think it doesn't matter? Boa Sheng laughed heartily. The huge black python flicked its venomous tongue as if it was showing off its strength to Ling Xiao. I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm excited. Roar! Behind Ling Xiao, a huge mystical dragon flew out. It was even more terrifying than the black python and had an even more terrifying aura. It roared at the black python. The black python actually shrank back in fear. Martial souls, mine is definitely stronger than yours. The ancient hell dragon was the ancestor of the dark attribute. With it as a combat martial soul, coupled with the dark demon sword, the power would naturally increase. Ling Xiao could be considered to be a judge of character. This was the best way to deal with Boa Sheng. He wanted the ancient hell dragon to intimidate the black python martial soul. How dare a small snake fight against a mystical dragon? Interesting. I didn't expect your martial soul to be the legendary ancient hell dragon soul. However, from today onwards, it belongs to me. Boa Sheng stared at the ancient hell dragon with glowing eyes, a strong sense of greed in them. If you like it, come and snatch it yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. Ling Xiao said coldly. Black python blood spear. Die. Boa Sheng didn't waste any more words. A ball of black light appeared in his hand. Then, the light turned into a long spear. It looked like a black python was coiled on the spear, and it was filled with an evil power. Whoosh! The black spear pierced through the air, forcibly piercing a crack in the space and shooting rapidly towards Ling Xiao. Dark demon sword, heart destruction. The sword essence exploded to the extreme. The dark demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand, wrapped in a terrifying fighting spirit, hit the black spear heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, Ling Xiao was sent flying. The power of the black spear was simply terrifying. However, Ling Xiao, who was sent flying, had a cold smile on his face. People were surprised to find that the black spear that Boa Sheng had condensed by burning his blood essence and infusing the black python martial soul was being corroded by the black energy. It was constantly rotting. Its power was also rapidly decreasing. Damn it, how could this be? My martial soul. Boa Sheng could feel his black python martial soul wailing. However, the black flame on the black spear was burning more vigorously. Is this the hell dragon fire? Finally, Boa Sheng understood what was going on. One of the 12 sacred flames, the ancestor of the dark death flame, was the hell dragon fire. Although this flame was not as difficult to extinguish as the dark death flame, its instantaneous destructive power was even more terrifying. Ling Xiao, just you wait. One day, I will destroy you. Boa Sheng's martial soul was damaged, and he did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Although he had to achieve his goal of killing Ling Xiao, he had to deal with the matter of his martial soul first. Hey, are we really going to be enemies with such a guy? Even Boa Sheng is not his match. Not far away, a group of martial artists was hiding. There were about 15 of them. They were martial artists born in Martial Zone Island, and there were many of them who were stronger. They had originally received orders to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they arrived, they saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng. Hence, they were terrified. Yeah, what a joke. Aren't we courting death by being enemies with such a person? But we can't ignore the orders from above. Then what should we do? Looks like we can only wait for the other experts to arrive before we fish in troubled waters. No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, it's still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. He definitely won't be a match for so many people. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can still eliminate him. In the end, one of the stronger martial artists spoke. That's right, we should do that. Everyone agreed. You should have chosen to leave instead of plotting to kill me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Suddenly, a cold voice resounded above them. Everyone hurriedly looked up. What he saw was a huge golden crow. Then, a terrifying radiance exploded among the crowd. In just one move, more than half of them were killed or injured. The martial artists of Martial Zone Island were not as strong as the 5 Immortal Island and the 2 empires. After Ling Xiao's attack, only 3 or 4 of them were left. However, the fear did not end there. Just as the few martial artists who were glad that they were not killed were thinking about how to escape, the cold sword intent had already pierced their throats. What a cruel guy! What a domineering guy! This is called taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. He is simply a role model for our generation. Yeah, what's so cruel about it? Do we have to wait for the other party to arrive before we counterattack? Who would do such a stupid thing? Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd was excited. Originally, they had not recovered from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng. That battle was too disappointing. They thought that it would be a battle of equal strength. Who knew that Boa Sheng would be so weak and escape after one move? However, Ling Xiao's fighting style was to their liking. However, Ling Xiao is really not afraid of offending people. He offended the remaining 5 islands of Martial Zone Island. There were also people who were worried for Ling Xiao. You should think about it the other way around. The people of Martial Zone Island should be careful not to offend Ling Xiao, with the previous 2 islands as examples. But what about them? They really did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They deserve to be killed. I think Martial Zone Island has to hold it in even if they are not convinced. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. Ling Xiao is not even afraid of the 5 Immortal Island. Why would he be afraid of them? That was a sensible person. What he said was the real truth. Chapter 1530. Ling Xiao did not intend to provoke others, but others wanted to kill him. What could he do? Stretch his neck and let them chop him off. He did not have that kind of masochism. Ling Xiao stepped into the Secret Arts Tower and saw Hai Myung Ko, who was recuperating. He also harvested the head of the Black Crow Empire's 4th malefic star. When he was about to bring Hai Myung Ko out to hunt a few heavenly demons and then leave the heavenly demon battlefield, 3 people came to the Secret Arts Tower. They were Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Yu Tianya. Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Come out and die. Phoenix Cry Mountain roared furiously at the secret arts tower. What should come will come in the end. Ling Xiao knew it would be like this. It was impossible to hide. He told Haim Myungkeo to continue recuperating in the secret arts tower and then walked out. You guys came in the end. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Beggar, die. When Yu Tianya saw Ling Xiao, he was like a hungry wolf that saw delicious food. He unsheathed the noble sword in his hand. Sword light flashed, and there was a faint electric light. A jumping electric snake circled around the noble sword. The terrifying lightning sword Qi was like a ferocious lightning dragon shooting towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Tianya's sword with an indifferent expression. A black, evil aura slowly rose from his body. The dark, demonic sword in his hand, wrapped in a terrifying killing sword intent, stabbed out just like that. He did not even use any moves. However, the heavenly demon fighting will around the secret arts tower was stirred up because of this. It felt as if the world was spinning. You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Ling Xiao's lips finally curled into a mocking smile. Yu Tianya's strength was not even on par with the Blackwater Immortal Island martial artist that he killed earlier. He was even worse than Boa Sheng. Even Boa Sheng was forced back by him with a single move, and this person actually dared to attack so rashly. It seemed like this Yu Tianya did not know about the things that had happened recently. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao was still an ordinary fourth, or even third-level Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Crack! A crisp and clear sound rang out. The instant the two swords came into contact, Yu Tianya's lightning sword Qi immediately disintegrated. That arrogant lightning dragon was swallowed by the terrifying aura of darkness. After that, Ling Xiao's evil sword Qi ruthlessly pierced through Yu Tianya's protective elemental energy. Puchi! The sound of a body being pierced rang out in the air. When Yu Tianya's figure explosively retreated, he discovered that there was a hole in his chest. If it was just an ordinary injury, it wouldn't be fatal. However, this sword was infused with the terrifying immemorial hellfire, and it started burning within Yu Tianya's heart. Shrill screams continued to ring out. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming frowned. The two of them attempted to save Yu Tianya, but they realized that they had no way of doing so. That terrifying flame made them not even dare to approach. Finally, after struggling for a moment, Yu Tianya stopped breathing. Sigh. In the end, we still ended up provoking Ling Xiao. Looking at this scene, old ancestor Changle sighed. He wondered if this matter would affect the relationship between their Changle Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Island Master. If Ling Xiao was such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. He should know that Yu Tianya has nothing to do with us, Dan Feng said lazily while eating fruits. Furthermore, if Ling Xiao really finds fault with us, I'll kill him personally. A hint of worry flashed across old ancestor Changle's eyes. Dan Feng's arrogance was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. His cultivation was even much stronger than Ling Xiao's. He was probably the person who was closest to the Yin-Yang realm among the martial artists under the age of 30. Although this child admired Ling Xiao, he was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. However, this was also good. If a martial artist didn't have his arrogance, the path of martial arts wouldn't be so smooth. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, do the two of you also want to follow in Yu Tianya's footsteps? Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his sword, then looked at the two young masters and said, "Isn't it better to live well?" Cut the crap. The hatred of killing our father is irreconcilable. If you don't die, how can we face our dead father? Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain said angrily. Since that's the case, then the two of you can go accompany your father. I'll fulfill your filial piety. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Although he didn't want to kill them, if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful. Before his voice died away, Ling Xiao shook the dark, demonic sword in his hand. In an instant, evil sword essence filled the sky. A terrifying sword chi tore through the void and pierced toward Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming. He actually planned to fight the two of them alone and solve the problem directly. Go! Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming looked at each other and then attacked together. The power of the two long spears condensed together and pierced toward the terrifying sword chi. Boom! Crack! The terrifying power collided in the air. The next moment, Ling Xiao took 3 steps back. However, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming took 4 or 5 steps back. 2 against 1, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming were actually at a disadvantage. It's not over yet. What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao took 3 steps back, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He shot out at an even faster speed, and his entire body turned into a terrifying giant sword. Tai Chi sword body, light, and shadow escape. The 2 fused moves were used together, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Second brother, help! While Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain tried his best to resist, he roared at Mount Fengming. Big brother, I won't let you die in vain. However, what Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain heard was a cold and heartless voice. At that moment, Mount Fengming did not join forces to block Ling Xiao's attack. Instead, he hid behind Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and pushed him out with his hand, hitting the Tai Chi sword body. Mount Fengming knew very well how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword was. If the two of them joined forces, both of them would be injured. However, if he let his brother block this attack, he would not be injured. Although Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain might die if he did so, Puchi, the sound of the sword chi piercing through the body, was heard. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain turned back to look at his second brother before he died. He probably did not expect that he would be killed by his brother's plot in the end. Damn it, the people from the royal family are ruthless and shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, many warriors were stunned for a moment. Soon after, intense discussions rang out. Using his family as a shield. How could he do such a thing? Since ancient times, the royal family has been heartless. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain's corpse fell to the ground. Mount Fengming did not take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he chose to run away. After a few hundred meters, he stood still. Ling Xiao, you killed my brother and officially offended the morality court. You're finished. That person from the morality court loves my brother the most. This time, you're dead. Let alone you, even your heavenly empire will be razed to the ground. Chapter 1531. Oh, I forgot to tell you. People outside can see what's happening inside. Ling Xiao scratched his head and smiled. What? Mount Fengming was dumbfounded. People outside can see inside. Didn't that mean that the fact that he had used his brother as a shield had been seen by others? Impossible. This is the heavenly devil battlefield. That door to the ruins is just a portal. How can people outside see inside? Mount Fengming felt that Ling Xiao was fooling him. That idiot! Outside the ruins, Fengming Xiao's face was dark and uncertain. Mount Fengming's actions were really too stupid. Ling Xiao, hate people who stab people in the back the most. I originally thought that I didn't have any enmity with you two brothers. It was only because of the grudge with your father that I got involved. I didn't hate to kill you, but after seeing your actions, I feel that it's better for you to die, lest you stay behind and harm others. I believe that many people still remember the Battle of the Dragon Forest. It's not over yet. destroy my heavenly empire. I'd like to see who dares to touch my people. I'll make them disappear first." The dark demon sword emitted a black sword light that pierced through the air. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of something shattering came from the void. Mount Fengming had actually trapped himself in a tortoise shell at some point in time. That was a real tortoise shell. It looked like the hard shell of a tortoise. Mount Fengming's entire body was curled up inside. The dark demon sword only left a shallow mark on the tortoise shell. It didn't even crack. That tortoise shell was clearly some kind of special treasure. However, although the tortoise shell was hard, the terrifying impact of the dark demon sword could not be completely cushioned. Mount Fengming was still bleeding from his nose, looking a little hideous. It was just that he was hiding in the tortoise shell and many people couldn't see him. At this time, Mount Fengming was very clear that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. In addition, his elder brother was already dead, so there was no shield that he could use. At this time, he actually shouted without caring about his face. "No matter who it is, as long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, our divine Phoenix Empire can give you a promotion, reward you with 10,000 gold, and all kinds of classic martial arts. Whatever you want, I can get it for you." At this time, in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, although there were no warriors from the big forces, there were still many scattered warriors who didn't belong to any sect, and there were also some warriors from small sects and small forces. Furthermore, there were close to 30 of them. Did you hear that? Anyone who kills Ling Xiao will be rewarded handsomely. What do you think? If we're able to become a prince in Divine Phoenix Empire, then wouldn't we be able to eat and drink well in the future? Aren't we fucking cultivating like this for the sake of standing out? That's right, there's also endless medicinal pills and martial arts manuals. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank can be obtained with a single thought. There are close to 30 of us, and Ling Xiao is just one person. Are we afraid that we can't kill him? The bold ones are stuffed to death. The cowardly ones starve to death. Go. Humans were all greedy, especially these small sects and forces, as well as scattered warriors. They were originally lacking in resources and usually didn't have any backing. This time, they finally had the chance to establish a relationship with the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family. So how could they easily give it up? Close to 30 people, 27 or 28 of them were tempted. Of course, there were also people who chose to leave quietly. No matter how many benefits there were, they were afraid that they wouldn't have the life to take them. Not to mention Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, just that tortoise Mount Fengming. That guy could even push his own elder brother to his death. These people probably wouldn't have a good ending either. Thus, 27 killing intense pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's face was as calm as an ancient well. There was no smile, nor was there any fear. It was as if the ones rushing over weren't 27 people, but 27 moths. He took a deep breath, and the dark devil sword in his hand gripped even tighter. However, before he could make a move, 3 figures rapidly dashed over from afar. Kill! Ice-cold voices came from the mouths of those 3 people. Snowflakes danced in the air. Plum blossoms scattered. Ice Phoenix cried. The Emperor's sword moved unhindered in the air. 27 warriors, in an instant, became 27 corpses. The ones who attacked were precisely Feng, Ming Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Feng Ming Lian, and Hai Myung Ko. Master, benefactor, Big Brother Ling, Ling Xiao, are you all right? The 4 proud daughters of heaven rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time, and didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. This scene made the gazes of many people outside the ruins stiffen. After a long time, someone cursed with jealousy. This Ling Xiao is too king popular with women. If any of these 4 women were given to me, I would wake up laughing for the rest of my life. Come on, Ling Xiao has done these 4 women a favor. What kind of thing did you do? But then again, these 4 girls are really terrifying. Those 27 warriors weren't weak, but they were actually destroyed by them in an instant. Anyway, I won't provoke them. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the 4 girls, revealing a happy smile. What could make a person feel happier than being saved by 4 such outstanding women? Thank you. There wasn't much to say, and there was no need to say so much. Everything was in these 3 words. On the other side, Mount Fengming abandoned the tortoise shell and sped up to escape into the distance. You guys just wait. After I get out, Mount Fengming will definitely make you die a horrible death. In the distance, the roar of Mount Fengming could be heard. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance anymore. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and turned into a flash of light. In an instant, he had already caught up with Mount Fengming, who had been escaping for a long time. Kill! Ling Zhao's sword stabbed out. Since Mount Fengming dared to threaten him, he definitely couldn't let this guy leave alive. Otherwise, there would really be endless trouble. However, at this moment, a phoenix cry was heard, followed by a cold flame that shattered Ling Zhao's sword chi. Then, a young man in black who looked full of a gloomy aura appeared there. It's not a man to kill all of them. Ling Xiao, you've already killed Mount Fengming. Why don't you spare his life? Hai Lu, help me. When Mount Fengming saw the person who came, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He was no match for Ling Xiao alone, but with the help of Dark Current, the result would naturally be different. You're also here to kill me, right? Ling Xiao asked. Dark Current was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a hideous smile and said, Yes, you can die now. Before his voice died away, he suddenly pointed out a finger. The terrifying black flame condensed into a line, piercing the void and shooting towards Ling Xiao, who was close at hand. In that case, why are you still talking nonsense? Let's die together. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and easily avoided Dark Current's attack. Then, the dark demon sword in his hand once again attacked Mount Fengming. Chapter 1532. Bang! Dark Current suddenly attacked from the side and slapped Ling Zhao's right rib. However, Ling Zhao's body did not move at all. His body suddenly flickered, and a pitch-black flame rushed to Dark Current's arm along the Crimson Sun feather jacket. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Current coldly and said, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first. Flames rose, and Dark Current's right arm instantly burned. However, Dark Phoenix's son was also ruthless. As soon as he saw that the situation was bad, he directly chopped off his burning right arm with a hand chop. Although the pain made him sweat profusely, the terrifying hell dragon fire was no longer a threat to him. Are you happy? Unfortunately, it's too early. Ling Xiao actually abandoned Mount Fengming and launched a series of attacks on Dark Current. He stabbed out with the dark demon sword in his hand, and a shadow all pierced through the air. Dark Current had just lost his arm and was injured. He didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. While dodging, he shouted at Mount Fengming, Come and help! However, he found that Mount Fengming not only didn't come to help, but also fled into the distance. Seeing that Dark Current had lost his arm, Mount Fengming didn't dare to stay. It killed 2 heavenly demons on the way and chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Dark Current was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, after I kill you and leave the heavenly demon battlefield, I'll kill him too. Your grudges can be settled in hell. Ling Xiao kept attacking with his giant sword, forcing Dark Current to flee in panic. Ling Xiao, I was just bewitched by Mount Fengming. Now that I've lost an arm, why do you have to force me? The nether ocean current shouted as it fled. I gave you a chance just now. It was you who didn't take your life seriously. You can't blame me. How could Ling Xiao possibly listen to Dark Current? He abruptly accelerated, instantly closing in on the Dark Current. The huge dark magic sword slashed down from above, directly splitting the Dark Current in two. Those who kill me, die. His words were directed at the sky. In fact, he was speaking to the many warriors outside the door of the ruins. Not far away, Tomohiko Kuma and the second Bane, who had been hiding and observing the situation this entire time, knew that the situation was hopeless. They very wisely gave up on attacking Ling Xiao and quietly withdrew from the heavenly demon battlefield. They had already completed the test long ago, and they were only here to hunt down Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, there was no need for him to stay any longer. It seems that no one will come. Let's go. Haim Myung-ko killed a few heavenly demons and completed the test. During this period, no new enemies appeared. Ling Xiao knew that this test was probably over, so he spoke up. The 5 of them left the heavenly demon battlefield at the same time and appeared above the killing dragon forest. The sun was high in the sky. It seemed to be noon, around 12 o'clock in the Mystic World time. The door of the ruins finally disappeared, and the warriors who had passed the first round of the test stood on a high platform in the center that had been prepared long ago. The high platform seemed to be formed by the gathering of energy. It was clearly not a physical object, but it was harder than a physical object. The sacred Dynasty Island was completely destroyed. The Permitha Island was completely destroyed. The 5 Martial Ancestor Islands were completely destroyed. The Imperial Family, Mount Fengming, and Fengminglian, 2 remaining. The Phoenix Academy, Boa Sheng, Fengmingpio Shui, Zhuwen, and Ingtianxia, 4 remaining. The Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, and the Second Bane, 2 remaining. The Canopy Island, 10 people passed. The Changle Island, 12 people passed. The Qingshu College, 8 people all passed. As for the remaining warriors, 4 remained, including the heavily injured Ji Luoyu. There were more than 200 participants, but only 34 people passed in the end. Luoyu, what happened to you? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Luoyu in surprise. She was the disciple of the Medicine King's son Sa, and a member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Who would dare to injure her like this? I did it. This girl refused to cooperate with me to deal with you, so I attacked her. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill her. Boa Sheng laughed. It turned out that Ji Luoyu had also received the notice to surround and kill Ling Xiao. She wanted to rescue Ling Xiao, but on the way, she encountered Boa Sheng, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, and they fought. Although her strength was not bad, it was still difficult for her to win against Boa Sheng. In the end, she was heavily injured. Fortunately, she was the disciple of the Medicine King's son Sa, and was good at some strange pills. That was how she managed to survive. However, it was impossible for her to continue participating in the next battle. It seems like I really should kill you. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hatred surged. Regardless of whether he had feelings for Ji Luoyu was still very kind to him. What's more, this time, it was to help him that he encountered the python on the way. If he did not kill Boa Sheng, his hatred would not disappear. Feeling the murderous intent released by Ling Xiao, Boa Sheng sneered. You dare to attack me here? Sword, come. Ling Xiao waved his hand. An ice of fury instantly appeared in his right hand. Then, a divine light sword quickly appeared above his head. Merge! The divine light sword merged with ice of fury, and its power suddenly increased greatly. In the heavenly devil battlefield, he used the dark demon sword because of the heavenly devil fighting spirit. At this time, it was noon outside, and the scarlet sun was releasing a blazing light. It was naturally better to use the divine light sword. Sword Chi whistled, and a strong wind blew. With Ling Xiao as the center, the surrounding air seemed to have become hot in an instant. Boa Sheng frowned, then snorted coldly. A terrifying aura was released from his body. The huge shadow of the black python appeared behind him. The two auras collided in the air, exploding and tumbling. It was terrifying. It is indeed the yin and yang yuan energy of the half-step yin-yang realm. No wonder the giant python phoenix is ranked 4th among the 10 phoenix sons. Previously in the heavenly devil battlefield, people could not feel Boa Sheng's aura and could only see his performance. Therefore, they did not have a thorough understanding of him. Some of their judgments were just guesses. But now, Boa Sheng was right in front of them. They could clearly see how strong this guy was. Too powerful. This was Boa Sheng's true strength. He had not shown it in the heavenly devil battlefield. It seems that Ling Xiao did not kill Boa Sheng in the heavenly devil battlefield. It was a mistake. That's right. I knew it. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This guy must have cultivated some kind of martial art that can make use of the heavenly devil fighting spirit. Therefore, while others were suppressed, he was not affected at all. His combat strength naturally increased. I suddenly feel that those warriors who were killed by Ling Xiao died, unjustly. Perhaps they were killed by Ling Xiao, who was weaker than them. Boa Sheng's words answer the doubts in many people's hearts. In fact, Ling Xiao also knew about this point. In the heavenly devil battlefield, one's strength decreased while another's strength increased. But so what? He didn't think that Mang Sheng would be a match for him outside. Chapter 1533. This battle, many people were not optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's performance previously was outstanding, that was because he was stained with the light of geographical advantage. It was not that his own strength was strong at all. There were even many people who thought that Boa Sheng was the best candidate, who was most qualified to contend with the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao probably really could not do it. All stop. This is the Dragon Phoenix selection. If you guys continue to make a move, then this seat will expel you guys from the Dragon Phoenix selection in the name of breaking the rules. Just as Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng were at daggers drawn, that alliance chief spoke up. The Moon Lady and that alliance chief fought for a long time. The moment before Ling Xiao came out, they were still fighting fiercely. But in the end, the victor was not decided. This alliance chief's strength also obtained many martial artists' recognition. After all, to be able to take so many moves under the Moon Lady's hands, this was still the first. Which, how awe-inspiring of you. Isn't the one who broke the rules you? Right after that alliance chief spoke, the enraged Ling Xiao directly aimed the spearhead at her. If not for you, I wouldn't have encountered so many dangers in the heavenly fiend battlefield. If not for you, so many geniuses on the Divine Phoenix continent also wouldn't have died tragically. I'm very suspicious of your identity now, whether or not you're a spy from the White Tiger continent. The speaker had intentions. The listener also had intentions. Actually, many people expressed puzzlement over some of this alliance chief's actions. This first assessment was clearly to make the Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent's martial artists kill each other. Doing so, the only one who benefited was the White Tiger continent. It was just that many people dared to think so, but did not dare to say so. Only Ling Xiao said it out loud. Furthermore, he actually called that exalted alliance chief a witch. This guts was really big enough. Insolence. That alliance chief shouted coldly. Am I being insolent, or are you being insolent? A spy from the White Tiger continent ran to the Divine Phoenix continent to abuse your power and caused so many genius martial artists to die. Shouldn't you be responsible? Ling Xiao did not wait for the other party to finish speaking and directly retorted, "Damn it, nearly caused to die by people." He was furious right now. "Alliance chief? Whose alliance master are you? Who recommended you to be the alliance leader? What right do you have to give orders here?" This series of angry shouts caused the alliance master's anger to soar to the sky, but she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden couldn't kill her. She couldn't kill the Moon Lady either. If she couldn't kill the Moon Lady, she couldn't touch Ling Xiao. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. "I announce that Ling Xiao has insulted me and has been eliminated from the Dragon Phoenix selection. He will leave immediately." The Alliance Master suddenly sneered and said, "Hee, do you think that after using me to kill those geniuses, I'm useless now and you can throw me away as a pawn? Unfortunately, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I killed them because they wanted to kill me, and I am not your chess piece. Between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, I am the one who controls the game of chess. Who do you think you are to have the right to make me leave?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Tell me, should I withdraw?" "You shouldn't." Deafening shouts sounded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or disliked Ling Xiao, they didn't want Ling Xiao to withdraw at this time. Warriors who liked Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao take the lead. Warriors who didn't like Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao be killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't withdraw. This was the consensus of everyone. Only the stupid alliance master didn't understand this at all. To be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong, Raven Queen, what do you mean? Even you want to go against my orders? The alliance master looked at the three people coldly and questioned, "Don't forget that Ling Xiao killed many disciples on your island." The three people who were questioned didn't say anything. No matter what the alliance master said, they couldn't let Ling Xiao withdraw. Once Ling Xiao withdrew, how could they take revenge? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's words had truly awakened him from his stupor. Although the alliance master was elected by the 5 island masters of the 5 immortal islands, to be honest, they were only shocked by this person's cultivation. At that time, they needed someone to mediate the conflict between the 5 immortal islands. Because of this, they had this alliance master. Although they feared and respected this person, they didn't need to listen to him. "Alliance master, now you see, who is going to get lost?" Ling Xiao looked at the alliance master mockingly and said coldly, "I want to kill Boa Sheng. Can you stop me?" "Kid, we don't want you to withdraw not because we support you, but because we want to kill you, so don't be too proud." To be inconsolable suddenly stood up and said. She believed that even if she said that, Ling Xiao wouldn't withdraw. In fact, the more she said that, the more Ling Xiao wanted to participate. Ling Xiao's character was like that. He would never be threatened by anyone. The more he was threatened, the more motivated he would be. "Ha, you really dare to say that," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No matter who the alliance master is, you are the main culprit who killed so many geniuses of the opposite Bank Island. If I don't kill you, I'm not human." To be inconsolable said coldly, "I believe you want to continue participating. Why don't you wait? There's no need to make the second assessment so troublesome. Let's have a real duel. Whoever wants to fight, just invite them. There's no need to talk nonsense. This way, you don't have any objections, right?" "I agree," Ji Ruolong said. "I agree too," Raven Queen said. "I agree." The island master of the Black Water Immortal Island nodded. Although this suggestion is good, if there are many people inviting the same person to fight, wouldn't it become a tag team battle? Old Ancestor Changle said, with a frown. "It's simple. After the battle, you can rest for up to 2 hours before accepting the challenge again." Ji Ruolong added. "All right, Since that's the case, I agree too. This is much more straightforward. Anyway, the Dragon Phoenix selection is to select the participants of the White Tiger meet. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain has already sent experts to participate in the selection. The young experts participating in the White Tiger meet will be able to see your battles. The 12 people with the best battle results will be qualified to head to the White Tiger continent and enter the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Zhu Tianlin, the island master of the Sky Canopy Immortal Island, nodded. What's the background of this Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Why is there such a force? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. I don't have any objections to your rules, but you have to make things clear. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain is a sect jointly established by the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Sky Dragon Continent. It's located in a small country in the White Tiger Continent. It's a mid-lower sect, but it's stronger than any of the sects in the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Sky Dragon Continent. Zhu Tianlin explained. Actually, the island masters of the Five Immortal Island are all outer sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If you want to inherit the position of island master, you have to obtain the consent of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. There's such a thing? I didn't know about it. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He didn't expect the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Sky Dragon Continent to be so hard-working in order to enter the White Tiger Continent to cultivate. They even established their sects in the White Tiger Continent. However, it sounded a little weak. Chapter 1534. Do you agree, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Senior He looked at Ling Xiao and asked, I agree. Ling Xiao looked at Boa Sheng. Wash your neck and wait. I'll take your life first. Some people are really in a hurry to die. That leader hated Ling Xiao to the core. She also had an indescribable fear of Ling Xiao. Therefore, she really wanted to seize every opportunity to mock and make sarcastic remarks about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength was far inferior to hers, this kid's eyesight was too terrifying. He actually saw through her intentions with a glance. That's right, she wanted the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent to kill each other. However, she wasn't a spy of White Tiger Continent, but an inner sect elder of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Dragon Phoenix Mountain was divided into the White Tiger and Divine Phoenix factions. White Tiger faction's martial artists wholeheartedly wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to completely integrate into White Tiger Continent. They even wanted to recruit disciples from White Tiger Continent and despised Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent's martial artists. Divine Phoenix faction's martial artists hoped that Divine Phoenix Continent could produce more geniuses to join Dragon Phoenix Mountain. They wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to become an exit for Divine Phoenix Continent's genius martial artists to go to White Tiger Continent. The two factions fought endlessly, and both had their wins and losses. Of course, Sky Dragon Continent was directly ignored because other than Ji Funing and his wife back then, there wasn't any other martial artist that could be brought out. As a martial artist of White Tiger faction, this leader naturally didn't want to see Divine Phoenix Continent gain the upper hand. Therefore, she tried her best to become the leader of Five Immortal Island and used this Dragon Phoenix selection as an opportunity to greatly weaken the strength of Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. This method was actually no different from a spy. She wholeheartedly wanted to become a complete citizen of White Tiger Continent. She didn't even want her ancestors. It was fine if she didn't want them, but she actually schemed against her own kind. Her intentions were punishable. This time's challenge is still a matter of life and death. Those who are afraid, just give up. The leader said coldly, although she couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die. Using this second stage of the assessment to kill Ling Xiao could be considered as helping her vent her hatred. This is inappropriate, Ancestor Changle said slowly. The top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, in addition to the 34 people who passed the first round, are all our elites. No matter who dies, it will be a loss for the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. That's right. I think we should add another rule. If you can't win, you can admit defeat. It'll be considered a failure. If you refuse to admit defeat, you'll have to fight until you kill your opponent. Raven Queen pondered for a moment before replying. Many people agreed with this idea. All right, so be it. That Alliance Master knew very well that he no longer had much authority. If he insisted on refusing, then he might not even be able to host the Dragon Phoenix selection today. Moreover, such a rule would not affect his plan. That was because he knew that at the very least, Ling Xiao would definitely not admit defeat. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. I want to challenge Ling Luo from Qingshu College. As soon as the rules were set and the challenge was about to begin, Boa Sheng revealed a sinister smile and looked at the people from Qingshu College. He was not in a hurry to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao watch him kill the martial artists from Qingshu College one by one. That way, Ling Xiao would suffer even more. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. You're shameless. You're a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert, and I'm just a fourth Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. You actually dare to challenge me? Phoenix Academy and the Divine Phoenix Empire's reputation have been completely disgraced by you. Ling Luo really took after Ling Xiao. He could poke his opponent's sore spot with just one sentence. I admit defeat. I won't fight, okay? He was straightforward. If he could not win, then he could not win. He did not want to court death. This was what a person with self-awareness should do. He knew very well that Boa Sheng would not give him the chance to admit defeat during the battle. Boa Sheng gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He challenged everyone, including Hai Myung Ko, Hua Luiying, and Shang Wanhong, but they all chose to avoid the challenge. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The difference in cultivation level was too big, and it was a life and death battle. Only idiots would accept the challenge. However, avoiding the battle meant that he would have one more defeat in his battle record. When the time came to evaluate the results, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Even so, risking one's life was just asking for trouble. It was not worth it at all. Boa Sheng's gloomy expression only blossomed when Long Chun was invited. Long Chun had agreed to the challenge. I have to say that your companions are very smart, but you are really an idiot. You actually dared to accept my challenge. You're dead meat today. Boa Sheng was very excited. He could finally vent the anger in his heart and torture the martial artists of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao, I'm not in a hurry to deal with you. I want to let you see how your companions die in my hands. Don't cry when the time comes. You talk too much. Long Chun stepped out and floated above the killing dragon forest. He released a domineering aura that was not weak at all. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was the same as him. He had been suppressing his own strength. For example, he had only used his complete golden dragon form once in the Divine Phoenix continent, and it caused the martial artists of the Black Crow Empire to pay a heavy price. This time, it was related to whether he could go to the White Tiger continent. It should not matter if Long Chen exposed his identity as a dragon. After all, there were many different races in the White Tiger continent. Unlike the Divine Phoenix continent, the dragon race was considered a rare species. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not stop Long Chun from challenging him. Come on, kid, you've got guts. You're stronger than your cowardly peers, but you're just foolishly bold. Boa Sheng was also floating in the air. The huge black python behind him was spitting out its venomous tongue. Its huge eyes stared at Long Chun as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Ling Xiao looked on indifferently. This was Long Chen's choice. He would not stop him. However, he would not let Long Chen die. He would not hesitate even if it meant breaking the rules. At most, he would not participate in the white tiger meet. Compared to fame, what he valued more was still his good brothers and good friends. Die. Boa Sheng looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with Ling Xiao, who had beaten him up and forced him to escape. He was instantly furious. With a roar, he waved his fists and smashed them toward Long Chen. The black python behind him seemed to have merged with his fists, causing the space to distort and deform. It was clear that he wanted to kill Long Chen with a single punch. He wanted to use the most direct method to kill Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Boa Sheng coldly. Strange cracking sounds came from his body. Then his entire body began to change. The original, pure, human form entered the human dragon form. Whether it was strength or aura, it became much stronger. This kid actually has the bloodline of the dragon race. Such a martial artist is rare. No wonder he dared to accept Boa Sheng's challenge. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "P.S. There's a power outage. The later updates may be a little late. However, the 5 updates a day will not change." Psst. Chapter 1535. The crowd was shocked by Long Chen's dragon bloodline, but they did not know that. The dragon bloodline was different from the true dragon. The bloodline could be inherited or obtained through a fortuitous encounter. For example, Ling Xiao obtained the immemorial golden dragon bloodline. However, the true dragon was a pure-blooded dragon clan. The difference between the two was too great. Interesting. No wonder you're as arrogant as Ling Xiao. So you have something to rely on. But so what? You're still no match for me. Mang Sheng's terrifying punch finally came crashing over. The space in front of Long Chen had almost completely collapsed. At this moment, Long Chen swung his fists to meet the punch. This kind of collision between strength and strength, a contest between flesh and blood, was what he loved the most. Boom! After the two fists collided, the space around them began to collapse continuously, with the two of them as the center. What a terrifying collision. This Long Chen doesn't look simple. We've underestimated him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Even if we've underestimated him, his current cultivation is only at the 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven realm. It's impossible for him to be a match for Boa Sheng." That's true, unless he has more powerful means. What means? Unless he's a true divine dragon or a colossal dragon, it's impossible for him to bridge the gap in cultivation. That's true. The dragon clan has been extinct for a long time. I've never heard of them appearing in the mystic world. Another person laughed as well. He seemed to think that what he was talking about was a little too bizarre. Right at that moment, Long Chen was sent flying from the high platform. The huge gap in strength was not something that the human dragon form could make up for. "Ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're quite durable. I was afraid that I'd kill you with one punch. That wouldn't be fun. I'll torture you slowly and let Ling Xiao see how you die in despair." When Mang Sheng saw that Long Chen had been blasted away, he stood up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward again. This made him a little surprised, but also a little excited. What he loved the most was to trample on these stubborn fellows. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of the black python behind him became more and more solid. Moreover, it continued to twist and turn as if it could pounce at any time. That kind of terrifying deterrence was really too strong. Many martial artists rejoiced that they did not encounter this fellow in the heavenly devil battlefield. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. Many warriors who saw this scene despised Ling Xiao's victory even more. They felt that Ling Xiao had only defeated Boa Sheng in the heavenly demon battlefield because he was more adapted to the environment there. It wasn't that he was stronger than Boa Sheng. If you like to play, I'll accompany you. Human dragon form, complete form. Naturally, Long Chun had not fully released his power. Up until now, he was still restraining himself. He wanted to know how well he could fight Boa Sheng before using the power of the giant dragon. Roar! Long Chen's roar came out of his mouth. His entire body was almost in the form of a giant dragon, but his body was still relatively small. This state was the complete form of the human dragon form. It was not as strong as the giant dragon form, but it was Long Chen's strongest strength. Interesting. Black python strangulation. Boa Sheng's eyes shone with excitement. The black python behind him finally pounced out. His entire body merged with it and slammed into Long Chen's body. This time, Long Chen was sent flying again. He crashed into the boundary of the killing dragon forest and was sent flying back again. Blood kept coming out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Ha ha ha, ha ha, see that, Ling Xiao? See that? He. This is the result of going against me. Boa Sheng laughed maniacally as if he was enjoying the most intense joy in the world. However, Ling Xiao was still expressionless. Ling Xiao can't be afraid, right? With his character, he would go up to save Long Chen even if he had to break the rules, right? Yes, he must be afraid. Otherwise, with his character, he would definitely not be like this. Looks like Ling Xiao is only afraid at times. He is not as powerful as the rumors say. The crowd started to discuss. They were disappointed that Ling Xiao did not go to save Long Chen. They did not like to see such a one-sided battle. They wanted to see a battle that was truly evenly matched. Roar. Suddenly, Long Chen, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, let out a terrifying roar. Then the aura on his body kept rising crazily as if it was going to burst the surrounding space. What's going on? The crowd looked at the scene in shock. They were all stunned by the situation in front of them. However, Long Chen's transformation did not end there. Originally, he was only 167 meters tall, but now he suddenly became bigger and bigger. Like a small mountain, he stood there and his huge dragon mouth was spitting out golden flames. Oh my, it's a giant dragon. A golden giant dragon. He's from the dragon race. Oh my God, the dragon race still exists. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The demonic liquor sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest as he muttered to himself, "Just who are you? You even have a member of the dragon clan by your side." His admiration for Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. Boa Sheng was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Long Chen to be a genuine golden giant dragon. Not only did the mountain and river martial spirit appear in the heavenly dragon continent, even the dragon race appeared. Could it be that they were really going to rise? No. So what if he's a giant dragon? I'm not afraid. Boa Sheng roared and pounced towards the golden giant dragon. A hissing sound came from the mouth of the black python behind him as if it was demonstrating its power. Roar. Long Chen's roar rang out once again. He took a huge step forward, and the entire high platform trembled. A terrifying dragon's extinction was brewing in his mouth. It seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The auras of the two people blended between heaven and earth and stirred up the surrounding space. Many warriors who were not very strong were trembling in fear. Because of this, how terrifying! This is a real battle between the top. Long Chen is too surprising. He might be the strongest person in Qingshu College. He's even stronger than Ling Xiao. People looked at Long Chen, who had completely transformed into a giant dragon, and had such a thought for the first time. There was more than one person. It seemed that Ling Zhao's title as the strongest person in Qingshu College would be taken away by Long Chen. Of course, Ling Xiao would not have such a shocking effect when facing Boa Sheng. After all, Long Chen's aura was not inferior to that of Boa Sheng, who was in the half-step yin-yang realm. Could Ling Xiao do it? Obviously not. Perhaps Ling Xiao would be instantly killed by Boa Sheng. Chapter 1536. Everyone was secretly surprised. Even in the face of a giant dragon, Boa Sheng's aura was not weak at all. How could Ling Xiao be compared to him? Hiss. Roar. The giant python's roar, and the giant dragon's roar rolled like strange thunder. The loud noise exploded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt their hearts palpitate at that moment. Many people even had the illusion that the sky had cracked open. The giant dragon spat out a golden dragon's extinguished from its mouth. It turned into a ball of terrifying energy that burned the space. A fierce wind suddenly raged. Leaves flew everywhere. Many people's line of sight was blocked. This terrifying battle had already exceeded many people's expectations. The impact it brought was simply enough to make countless people tremble. Who would win? Everyone was asking questions. The terrifying roar gradually disappeared. The fierce wind also gradually stopped. The broken branches and withered leaves finally fell to the ground. The giant dragon and Boa Sheng's figures appeared clearly in front of everyone again. The giant dragon lay on the ground, panting heavily. On the other side, Boa Sheng was not in a good state either. His clothes were torn and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in a worse state than Long Chen. After all, once Long Chen entered his giant dragon form, he would be a real golden dragon. His defense and strength were incomparable to other races. Dragons, even if they were only second to the divine dragons, were still existences that stood proudly at the top of all living beings. Humans were called the wisest of all things because they were good at learning and improving. However, dragons were born with incredible and terrifying strength. Today, Long Chen had completely unleashed his power and showed everyone what a noble giant dragon was. Of course, Boa Sheng was actually able to fight the giant dragon to a draw. This was something to be proud of. This guy is indeed powerful. I'm not his match. With my current 6th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, even with the help of the golden dragon's body, I still can't defeat him. Long Chen's huge eyes stared at Boa Sheng. He was unwilling to accept this. He originally wanted to defeat Boa Sheng on behalf of his benefactor. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. Dragon! What a terrifying dragon! How tough is this guy's body? How terrifying was that power? If my cultivation was slightly weaker, I would have been either melted by Long extinguishing or trampled flat by the giant dragon. I didn't expect that the most powerful person in Qingshu College is not Ling Xiao, but this guy. Looking at Long Chen, Mang Sheng was shocked as well. He wanted to kill Long Chen and torture him to make Ling Xiao suffer. But now, it seemed that he had been too complacent. I think this match should be considered a draw, lest the Divine Phoenix continent lose 2 outstanding geniuses. At this point in the battle, Ming Huang suddenly spoke. Boa Sheng was a student of the Phoenix Academy. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Boa Sheng. After all, Long Chen was from the Dragon Clan. The fighting strength and endurance of the Dragon Clan were extremely terrifying. If this continued, the one who would suffer in the end would be Boa Sheng. He didn't want to take any chances. Agreed. Feng Qingyan nodded and said, as the current dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyan did not want anything to happen to Long Chen. Long Chen's performance was enough to shock him. This child had to be nurtured well. The Alliance Master also nodded in agreement. Her eyes were fixed on Longchen. A dragon clan. It was her first time seeing one. She could not bear to see such a rare species die, just like that. Since someone suggested a draw, then she might as well go with the flow. I need to remind all the martial artists who passed the first round of assessment, as well as the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list, that in the second round of assessment, only those who have fought will have their results calculated. If you do not participate in the battle, then you have no results and will be disqualified. You understand? She added. This rule was naturally to weaken the strength of the Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists as much as possible. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He had also been there to watch the last 5 Immortals Grand Meet. It could not be compared to this Dragon Phoenix selection. How many years had it been? The current Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent were simply full of talents. On Dragon Phoenix Mountain, their White Tiger Series martial artists would not have an easy time. If they could do more, then they should do more. Ling Xiao, it's your turn. Boa Sheng did not challenge Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang. Because he did not have the confidence to win against these 2 women, he did not want to waste time. Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang's cultivation levels seemed to have reached the half-step yin-yang realm. He might not be afraid, but it was not worth it to lose too much energy. You should rest for a while first. Otherwise, others will say that Ling Xiao, took advantage of others. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was clearly mocking those martial artists who said that he took advantage of others in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Excuses were not so easy to come up with. You're afraid, aren't you? Boa Sheng laughed. He must be afraid. Ling Xiao must have been shocked by the battle just now. The spectators naturally thought that Ling Xiao refused to fight because he was afraid of Boa Sheng. That's enough, Boa Sheng. Come back and rest for a while. There's no hurry to kill him. That kid is full of tricks. Don't fall into his trap. Ming Huang looked at Boa Sheng and said, TSK. Boa Sheng looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, You'd better not die in the hands of others. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Don't worry. I won't die before you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Boa Sheng. This person's strength was indeed unexpectedly strong. But so what? When had he, Ling Xiao, ever unleashed his true strength? Even when he had used the complete tyrant martial soul when facing the 6th malefic star, he still had a trump card. This was him. He would never use all his trump cards. No one was qualified to make him use all his trump cards. Who will fight with me? Ling Xiao. He didn't take the initiative to ask for a fight, because he knew it wasn't necessary. There were many people here who wanted to kill him. As long as he stood out, there would definitely be people who wanted to kill him. Outside of the top 10, there was Tomohiko Kuma, the 2nd malefic star, and Mount Fengming. There were even more people in the top 10 who wanted to kill him. Ji Huangtian, Zhongyu Huangquan, Gaoyang Wuqing, the 1st malefic star, He Yanbing, and Fengming Qishan. These people all wanted him dead. Ling Xiao stood there and waited. But the strange thing was that no one spoke. He suddenly understood. How could the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix continent think highly of him? It was unlikely that they would take the initiative to ask for a fight. He would have to challenge them or force them into a corner. As for Tomohiko Kuma, the 2nd malefic star, and Mount Fengming, after seeing how powerful he was, they were a little cautious and didn't want to be the first to fight. They wanted others to lead the way. Why don't the 3 of you come together? Ling Xiao pointed at Tomohiko Kuma, the 2nd malefic star, and Mount Fengming. His cold eyes were full of strong confidence. Is this guy crazy? Does he think this is the Heavenly Devil battlefield? Chapter 1537. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a madman. Did he think that this was the Heavenly Devil battlefield? Did he think that he could still fight 1 against 3 here. That was ridiculous. Can I? Tomohiko Kuma looked at the Alliance Master and asked, "Of course, since this is the request of the challenger. Then there's no problem. If he wants to die, then you can help him." The Alliance Master's tone was full of mockery towards Ling Xiao. It was definitely not a wise move to fight 1 against 3 in such an occasion. However, how could he understand Ling Xiao's feelings? Those 3 people were afraid of him and were unwilling to fight. If he wanted to kill these 3 people, the most straightforward way was to give them hope. Then he would cruelly crush this hope. Tomohiko Kuma, Mount Fengming, and the second malefic star were not as strong as Boa Sheng, so they were unwilling to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if there were 3 of them, it would be different. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Then the 3 of them walked out coldly and stood opposite Ling Xiao, full of murderous intent. Qiyang rose even higher. Under Qiyang, in the Killing Dragon Forest, it was a battle between the most outstanding geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. However, Qiyang would eventually witness the end of an era and the rise of another. Some people would become stronger and stronger. Some people would be miserably eliminated. The mystic world was like that. In the world of martial artists, the way to be completely eliminated was death. However, this time, the entire Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent were watching. Whoever could stand out in the Dragon Phoenix selection would become the true top of the 2 continents. It was too difficult to guess. Ling Xiao, his battle record was once brilliant, and his name was known throughout the world. He was also the one who single-handedly created the Heavenly Empire. However, if he were to lose today, then everything he had obtained in the past would be for naught. Even if he did not die, his prestige would drop to a freezing point. How could the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire be a loser? This was absolutely not allowed. Similarly, Tomohiko Kuma had no way out. He had already succeeded the throne of the Black Crow Empire, and there were many who were unconvinced. If he were to fail today, he would completely fall. To the second malefic, failure meant death. He was one of the 2 remaining members of the Black Crow Empire's 7 malefic stars. The other was one of the Dragon Emperor's strongest. As for him, he had to defend his dignity. Mount Fengming had no way out. In front of so many people, he had tricked his big brother Qin and the Dark Phoenix Child, the Dark Current. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would definitely become the target of everyone's disdain. Once he killed Ling Xiao, he would be a hero, and no one would be able to do anything to him. Everything he had done before had become a necessity, and even a smart thing to do. None of the 4 of them could lose. However, someone had to lose. Reality was cruel. The 3 of you didn't have to die, but unfortunately, you did something you shouldn't have done in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him like an emperor on a domineering throne, and said coldly and mercilessly, "There's nothing we shouldn't have done. Perhaps we did something wrong, but as long as we kill you, all our mistakes will become right." Tomohiko Kuma said indifferently, "That's right. Blood for blood." Mount Fengming said, "5 of my 6 friends died because of you. This battle is unavoidable." The second malefic star's voice was cold. "In that case, let's do it." It didn't matter what grudges they had. This battle could be resolved. Kill. A fearful shadow appeared behind Tomohiko Kuma. It looked like a human, but also like a crow. Those pitch-black feathers wrapped around the human's body. Isn't that the founding king of the Black Crow Empire? Someone in the crowd recognized Tomohiko Kuma's martial soul. "Good fellow." Tomohiko Kuma's martial soul is actually his own ancestor. No wonder it looks much stronger than his cultivation. But even so, he's still weaker than the other two. Wait. While the crowd was discussing, a pitch-black long sword appeared behind Tomohiko Kuma's back. That sword was suffused with a black-red light, like the transformation of a crow. What was even more terrifying was that there was an extremely strong evil sword intent on the sword. It was filled with endless resentment and anger. Demonic sword, the legendary demonic sword of the Black Crow Empire. Tomohiko Kuma is really going all out. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he didn't hesitate to unseal the demonic sword. Isn't he afraid of being devoured? The demonic sword floated out. Tomohiko Kuma's eyes suddenly became hollow, as if he had lost his consciousness and handed everything over to the demonic sword. Ha ha ha, little kid, you did well. You should have left it to me. Leave it to me. This battle will be very simple. Tomohiko Kuma spat out a crazy laughter that made one's scalp tingle. You too, why aren't you attacking? If you can't finish off that kid in 10 minutes, just wait to become my nourishment. Tomohiko Kuma's strange laughter was extremely strange. Bullshit, why should I listen to you? Mount Fengming said angrily. Die! Tomohiko Kuma suddenly pounced on Mount Fengming. His body turned into a black crow, and he grabbed Mount Fengming's neck with his sharp beak. In just an instant, Mount Fengming became a bag of skin. It was as if the blood in his body had been completely sucked dry. Terrifying. This unexpected situation left Ling Xiao a little dumbfounded. The martial artists watching the show were even more dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It was supposed to be 3 against 1. How did it turn into an internal conflict? However, it was clear that Tomohiko Kuma's aura had become stronger. Although it was not as strong as Boa Sheng's, it was very close. Trash, this body is too weak. His cultivation is only at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. If only he was stronger. The demonic sword seemed to be very dissatisfied with Tomohiko Kuma's body. Even if it was stronger, it could not display its full power because it was too weak. Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to be the same as him? Tomohiko Kuma turned his head to look at the second maleficent star and coldly said. The second maleficent star gritted his teeth and could only brace himself. This was simply an unexpected disaster. When it was 3 against 1, he still had some hope. But now it was 1 against 1. How could he possibly defeat Ling Xiao? The battle unfolded between Ling Xiao and the second maleficent star. Tomohiko Kuma licked his lips and watched nearby, as if looking for an opportunity. Leave the Black Crow Empire, and I can spare your life. In the middle of the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly said mentally, You've seen the Black Crow Empire's attitude. Do you really plan on dying for them? Impossible. My life was given to me by Her Majesty. I can only be loyal to her. The second maleficent star painfully said. Fine. Then I'll give you a clean death, lest that monster sucks your blood dry. Chapter 1538. After 10 moves, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that Tomohiko Kuma was staring at the second fiend. He knew what that guy was trying to do. He couldn't let that guy get any stronger. Therefore, it was better for the second fiend to die a clean death. Divine Sword of Light, true yang change. The blazing sword light finally pierced the second fiend's body, and the terrifying light instantly burned him to ashes. This made the monster's face turn ashen with anger. It's your turn, demon! After killing the second fiend, Ling Xiao's only opponent was Tomohiko Kuma. However, the situation didn't get any easier. The demon sword was even more terrifying than the 3 of them combined. This was what everyone thought. Kakik, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. How many years has it been? I didn't expect the younger generation to be so useless. The demon sword laughed eerily again. Then, Tomohiko Kuma's hand grasped the black sword. The terrifying aura caused his entire body to be enveloped by a blood-red light. Your era has long passed. Now it's my era. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Ling Zhao's hand gripped the divine sword of light tightly. He knew that this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with, but he was even more confident in his own strength. Terrifying destructive sword intent gathered around him. Sword chi tore through the void like a wild gale. Behind him, the ancient infernal dragon soul kept roaring. Humph, hateful light power. But you're too weak. Your light power is too weak. In front of me, it will be blown out like a candle. Tomohiko Kuma snorted. The demon sword in his hand trembled, and he charged at Ling Zhao with terrifying killing intent. The desolation in the air grew stronger. Everywhere he passed, many trees began to wither and deteriorate. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Haven't you learned that before? Ling Zhao laughed coldly. Then he took a step forward. The divine sword of light in his hand had become one with him, one with the sword. He had finally achieved this. The sword was him. He was the sword. This feeling was too mysterious. TSK. This Ling Zhao seems to have been underestimated by us. Can his divine sword of light defeat Tomohiko Kuma's demon sword? The aura of darkness and light collided in the air, as if they were natural enemies, neither willing to give way to the other. The sharp sword chi revealed a sharp killing intent. A duel between swordsmen was really different. That sharp feeling was enough to make people feel as if their skin was about to be cut open. It was not a pleasant feeling. Terrifying, one with the power of light and destruction. One with the other with the dark power and death sword. Is he trying to make everything wither away? The two swords had yet to come into contact, but the sword wills had already begun a fierce battle. A piercing sound was piercing through the air after a moment's. Jiumo Jiyan had a surprised look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he was to Chiu. Little doll, your sword is not bad. You used the power of light well, and reached the realm of one with the sword at the critical moment. It's a pity that this old man has reached the same realm 1,000 years ago, and I'm more experienced than you. Why don't you lend your body to this old man? This old man can help you conquer the world and let you become the top powerhouse in the mystic world. This person spoke as if letting you die was giving you face. That feeling of charity was too strong. Forget it. You haven't even conquered the divine phoenix continent, yet you want to conquer the mystic world. Ling Zhao sneered disdainfully. I've already said that your era is over. This is my era. What a stubborn little doll. To tell you the truth, this old man only used less than 30% of my power in that exchange, but you had to use all your strength to receive it. You want to live or die? Choose for yourself. Otherwise, you'll be dead in the next attack. Tomohiko Kuma spat out a disdainful voice. It seemed that not being able to kill Ling Zhao was not because Ling Zhao was strong enough. It was because he had shown mercy. Hearing this, everyone felt a strong shock. That sword just now was already strong enough. It was almost close to Boa Sheng's strength. And he said that he only used 30% of his power. Even if he was bragging, he probably used 60 to 70% of his power at most. Ling Zhao was really in danger. Ha ha, my ears are about to grow calluses from hearing such words. Everyone says that they didn't use their full strength, then show me. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Facing the threat and disdain of the demon sword, Ling Zhao's words were full of ridicule and ridicule. Interesting. Little doll, you probably don't know that sometimes bravery and recklessness are not the same thing. Since you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Tomohiko Kuma's face turned cold. The demon sword in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. The terrifying aura of death also became denser. It was as if it was a giant sword used by devils after being tempered in the depths of hell. The black and red light on the giant sword swallowed and spat out. Many of the surrounding warriors were trembling because of it. Some people were so frightened that they turned around and fled, causing chaos among the spectators. This old man's sword is a sword that I comprehended after cultivating the power of shadow for many years. It's called the Sword of Extinction. Annihilate everything, and leave not even a blade of grass alive. To be able to die under this old man's sword, you have not lived in vain. Tomohiko Kuma looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The giant demon sword in his hand revealed boundless desolation and the intent of extinction. Some warriors with weak wills actually committed suicide, and that terrifying intent of extinction was still rising. It's indeed very strong. But I still say the same thing. You're old and can't keep up with the times. You actually dare to take out such a vaudeville sword move to disgrace yourself. Ling Xiao sneered. Vaudeville? Ling Xiao actually said that the terrifying sword move was a vaudeville, a backward move that could not keep up with the times. Then what sword move did he have that could be stronger than this one? Little doll, you really talk big. Then let this old man see what method you have to deal with this move. Tomohiko Kuma said with a gloomy face. No one had ever dared to say that his sword move was a vaudeville. This was an extreme insult to him. If you want to see, then I'll let you see. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, a towering aura of a king suddenly burst out from his body. This aura was many times stronger than those kings of the divine Phoenix continent. It actually made many warriors subconsciously kneel on the ground in fear. The majestic aura of a king was pure and powerful. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon had already disappeared. In its place was a human figure. There was no crown on his head. There was no throne under his body. There was also no king character engraved on his forehead. Dressed in white, his long hair fluttering, he looked so simple and unadorned. However, it was this human figure that possessed an incomparably strong aura of a king that shook the world. Chapter 1539. In Ling Xiao's hand, there was an additional sword, a purple sword. On the blade of the sword, there was a purple aura of a king. Why does that sword look so familiar? In the crowd, many people muttered to themselves. Right, that's the treasured sword that the human king carried in the ancient books. Later generations call it the king's sword. Many people came back to their senses and searched their minds for the knowledge that they had read in books before. Each and every one of them was exclaiming in admiration. How did Ling Xiao obtain the king's sword? Could it be that he was really the successor of the human king? But Ling Xiao would not answer them. He only slowly pointed the sword tip at Tomohiko Kuma and said coldly, "This is called the human king's sword. To be able to die under its blade, you should be able to feel at ease. No killing intent, no intent of destruction. The pure to the extreme king's aura landed on every part of the killing dragon forest. Not only did those martial artists kneeling on the ground not stand up, they became even more pious instead. Old senior, after living for so long, you should have never seen the human king's sword before. In order to let you die in peace, I'll use this sword to send you away. By the way, only a frog at the bottom of a well would think that they have a trump card. Others are all idiots. The mystic world is very big, and there are many powerhouses. It's just a pity that you won't have the chance to see it again." Ling Xiao's voice was not loud, but every word exuded a strong king's aura, making people have no choice but to listen. Amidst the worship of countless people, Ling Xiao moved. Holding the human king's sword in his hand, he charged towards Tomohiko Kuma with a vast king's aura. The aura of the devil's sword actually trembled a little. Impossible! How can this old man's devil's sword be afraid of a little child like you? Tomohiko Kuma muttered to himself, following which his expression became even crazier. That enormous devil's sword also chopped down towards Ling Xiao. Since he was unable to suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura, then he might as well use strength to completely destroy Ling Xiao. That terrifying devil's sword was like a ray of devil light that cut apart heaven and earth. However, at this moment, it no longer gave off the same feeling as before. That was because the king's qi was too powerful. That kind of overwhelming righteousness suppressed the evil qi. Lose. Ling Xiao's majestic voice came out of his mouth. Between heaven and earth, there was only a brilliant righteousness and the might of a king. It was as if the king of men had come back to life and wanted to rule the mystic world once again. Boom. Crack. The huge demonic sword was blocked by the human king's sword, and then a terrifying explosion exploded in the sky. The overwhelming righteousness of the human king's sword, the might of a king, actually began to constantly suppress and consume the demonic aura and deathly sword intent on the demonic sword. The demonic sword trembled as if it was about to submit. What? Tomohiko Kuma looked at this scene in astonishment. The old ancestor of the Black Crow Empire in his body could not understand how his demonic sword could lose to the sword in the hands of this brat. Could it really be the resurrection of the human king? Otherwise, how could such a dense emperor qi be unleashed? An expression of disbelief and unbearable fear appeared on his face. He used the demonic sword to revive and control the body of his descendant. He thought that he could use this body to return to the mystic world and dominate it. But now, it seemed that everything had turned into nothing. He could not even kill this arrogant brat in front of him. His demonic sword should have been unstoppable. It should have advanced courageously. It should have made Ling Xiao tremble and completely lose the ability to fight. But at this moment, the person who was frightened was not Ling Xiao, but him. Such a sword full of overwhelming righteousness, boundless king's qi, and terrifying might should not appear on a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even an Enyang realm martial artist should not have such an aura. He did not understand what was going on with Ling Xiao. Of course, he did not understand because he did not know that Ling Xiao possessed the tyrannical martial spirit. He also did not understand that the tyrannical fighting spirit of the tyrannical martial spirit was even more tyrannical and powerful than the will of mountains and rivers of the human king. Retreat. This was the thought that came to him in an instant. He wanted to leave Tomohiko Kuma's body and protect his soul. This way, even if Tomohiko Kuma died, he could still preserve his life. But in the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. He realized that it was as if he was trapped in this body, unable to escape. What is that? He saw that there was a strange red, three-leaf-shaped pattern in Ling Xiao's right eye. It was like a demonic power that imprisoned his soul, preventing him from escaping. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since you want to fight to the death with me, how can you escape without determining a victor? Ling Xiao knew very well that this demonic sword was very harmful to his soul. Once he found a stronger body, he would be able to fully unleash his strength. At that time, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to suppress him. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him completely and prevent future troubles. Wait. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying sword that was sure to kill, Tomohiko Kuma actually roared. Ling Xiao's sword was already aimed at Tomohiko Kuma's heart. The terrifying sword qi sealed off all directions that Tomohiko Kuma could escape in. It could be said that the current him could tear the person in front of him into pieces at any time if he wanted to. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to hear what the other party wanted to say. I am now the king of the Black Crow Empire. I can lead the entire Black Crow Empire to submit to your celestial empire. I only beg you not to kill me. These words came out of Jioma Jian's mouth. Raven Queen suddenly stood up from her seat and looked at her son in disbelief. You're crazy. That's impossible. How can the Black Crow Empire bow to the Celestial Empire? Raven Queen roared. What does a woman like you know? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor has the human king's sword. It's only a matter of time before he takes over the mystic world. If you submit to him now, you can still get some benefits. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future. Tomohiko Kuma roared. There's no need to quarrel. If you had such thoughts from the very beginning, I could have spared your life. But now, you no longer have that chance. Ling Xiao spat out a bone-chilling voice. He must destroy the Black Crow Empire. It was impossible to make the people of the Black Crow Empire completely submit by relying on this method. After all, an empire was not a family. It would not be so easy for all of them to submit. Only by killing and uprooting all the sprouts of rebellion in the Black Crow Empire could he truly control the Black Crow Empire in his own hands. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear. Ling Xiao, who was draped in the aura of a king, had the decisiveness and coldness of a tyrant. Ling Xiao once again made everyone look at him in a new light. This guy's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. No, a mournful scream sounded in the sky. In that instant, many images of expectations flashed through old ancestor Demon Sword's mind. In those images, there were scenes of him holding the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of beauties. There were scenes of him conquering the world and destroying his former enemies. There were scenes of him recovering his strength and trampling on the White Tiger continent. In short, every scene was so exciting and beautiful. However, reality tore his dreams apart. Chapter 1540. Great Ancestor Demonic Sword thought that his beautiful wishes were about to fall apart at this moment. He regretted it. He thoroughly regretted it. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? He thought that Ling Xiao was just a small stumbling block on his path to resurrection, but he realized that Ling Xiao was not just a stumbling block. How was this a stumbling block? This was simply a fiend. Finally, Great Ancestor Demonic Sword's soul was annihilated. This world, along with the demonic sword, was buried in the sword light of the human king's sword. Tomohiko Kuma's body also began to fall apart. At this moment, he regained his consciousness, but he saw his own end. He felt extremely terrified, but there was nothing he could do. Jioma Jian, you managed to keep your life. You should have lived a good life. However, you've chosen the path of death. Since that's the case, go to the underworld and accompany your master. He might be happy. The sword light finally disappeared. Tomohiko Kuma's body was also completely torn apart, turning into specks of light, and completely disappearing from the killing dragon forest. Everything was over, and nothing was left. Ling Xiao looked back at the crowd below and sneered. What do you think? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people felt that their hearts were beating faster and faster. This Ling Xiao was so terrifying. Tomohiko Kuma, who was controlled by the demonic sword, was close to Boa Sheng in strength, but he was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. He vanished into thin air, and not even his bones were left. Although the king's qi had been withdrawn, it left the crowd with endless fear and shock. Ling Xiao might be more powerful than they had imagined. Seeing that many people had lowered their heads, Ling Xiao put away the human king's sword with satisfaction. Then he crooked his finger at Boa Sheng and said, "Come out and die. You've rested enough." He looked at Boa Sheng with a cold gaze. He did not want to rest and wanted to directly challenge Boa Sheng. Was this arrogance or was it confidence? No one dared to make any assertions because Ling Xiao had already given them a tight slap in the face. Was Boa Sheng stronger, or was Ling Xiao more terrifying? No one could make a judgment. After the battle, just now, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. The saying that Ling Xiao was the strongest in the heavenly devil battlefield was simply a joke. Boa Sheng sat there without moving. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was only powerful in the heavenly devil battlefield. However, after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and Tomohiko Kuma, he didn't dare to think that way anymore. He originally thought that only the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list had the qualifications to make him pay attention, but now, Ling Xiao's strength made him have no choice but to take him seriously. Indeed, he was at the half-step yin-yang realm and possessed yin-yang essence energy. However, that 10% yin-yang essence energy was very precious. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to recover it for a long time. A half-step yin-yang realm martial artist wasn't a yin-yang realm martial artist and couldn't automatically recover yin-yang essence energy. To him, that was his trump card. He originally wanted to rely on this to counterattack the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, it seemed that he had to use it against Ling Xiao. Are you afraid? It's fine if you don't want to fight. You just have to admit defeat. However, if I don't kill you today, you'll die sooner or later. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and determined. His words were very clear. If he couldn't kill Boa Sheng today, he would kill him in the future. Even if Boa Sheng hid in the Phoenix Academy forever, he would flatten the Phoenix Academy and drag this guy out to destroy him. Because what Boa Sheng had done had completely angered Ling Xiao. Boa Sheng's expression was very ugly. He actually had no choice now. Other than going up to kill Ling Xiao, there was really no other way. Now, he still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. In the future, Ling Xiao would become even stronger, and he would have even less of a chance. Come out and fight, or surrender. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with contempt. Coward! Someone in the crowd shouted, but it attracted the response of a group of people. Coward! Coward! Their voices were like rolling thunder, echoing in the killing dragon forest. Everyone from Divine Phoenix Academy had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Mang Sheng, whose face was ashen to the extreme. He hated these people. If he had the chance, he would kill all of them. However, could he not fight today? If he didn't take this step, he would become a laughingstock and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Finally, Boa Sheng stepped onto the high platform and stood in front of Ling Xiao. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the huge black python floated behind him, its terrifying head raised high. Its triangular eyes stared at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura began to spread on the high platform. Boa Sheng was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he had to be prepared. He couldn't let Ling Xiao take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him. Boa Sheng, you just said that you wanted to kill my people to torture me and make me suffer, right? Ling Xiao didn't release any aura. He just stood there calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. His voice was so indifferent that it was as if he was chatting with someone. That's right. So what? Boa Sheng said coldly, I heard that you have a younger brother who's also in the Phoenix Academy. His voice was still calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. However, when he heard this, Boa Sheng felt a chill all over his body. His whole body trembled violently. You, how did you know? Damn you, I won't let you touch a single hair on my younger brother. Boa Sheng was terrified. Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of him wasn't a gentleman, let alone a great hero. This was a terrifying martial artist who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was willful and did things according to his heart. He was capable of doing anything. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "If you knew this day would come, why did you have to be so ruthless? If you were only targeting me, I would only kill you and not implicate your family. But now you ask for it. You can't blame me." "No, I'm going to kill you." Boa Sheng's heart was in a mess. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Humans were pitiful, but they were also hateful. This Mang Sheng was also considered someone who valued relationships. It was a pity that he offended a fiend. He did something that he shouldn't have done. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This person, who did not seem to have any killing intent, had only said a few words in such a casual manner. Yet all of them felt terrified. "I won't provoke this Ling Xiao, even if you beat me to death. Devil, a pure devil. TSK, TSK, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." How ruthless! His success doesn't seem to be without reason. No wonder those people are willing to serve him wholeheartedly. This guy is really willing to become a devil for his own people. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. People once again recognized Ling Xiao. This proud young man used his actions to protect his family and friends.